All right. Bless you, brothers and sisters. Yes, we have a great broadcast, an informative, insightful broadcast for you this evening. We're going to break it down into segments. I hope you all are doing well. Let's make sure the audio and video is great before the broadcast begin. Yes? Okay, everything is fine. All right. Yes. Do we have a broadcast for you? Boy, there's a lot going on out there, brothers. A lot happening. And I'm telling Ramar to set up the conference right now because, man, are we in the thick of it. Are we in the thick of it? You know a lot is going on, right? Man, oh man. Wait till y'all hear this. Well, as much as I can divulge anyway. All right. Putting this beast tracker on silent. Right? We're going to put that on silent. The beast tracker. Yeah. What are they turning us into is our broadcast this evening. But before I do that, let's start with the intro. That's right. Let's start with the intro. You know what it is. AHAYAH is calling back Israel. That's right.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
They just liking it already.
The great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be.
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Zebulon from Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
AHAYAH is gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here.
AHAYAH in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans,
from the
power of the Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi.
That's right, Malak. You know what they doing. He's gathering Israel, and the devil is mad. Let me tell you about the devil. He's a liar. That's right. Praise the Most High.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia,
We're coming for you, my brother.
That's who we be.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians,
Levi, we're standing up. The Levitical
Manasseh, the Cubans,
yeah,
from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Zebulon from Panama,
That's right. The Most High's gather in Israel. Bless you, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard of the Gathering of Christ Church with our weekly broadcast. And there's so much to unpack, so I'll jump right in. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to call him in a moment. In a moment, we're going to get those scriptures together because, Lawyer, I know you're listening. I'm going to call you in right after I get the other brothers off. This way, everything I'm breaking down, I know you have your pen pad, your Bible, your Apocrypha together so that you can come in and we have those scriptures blazing tonight. That's right, y'all. See the topic. You see the topic. You know we're under a shadow ban, so please do us a favor and hit the like or dislike. And I don't know how someone can dislike a broadcast before it even started, but you know, I guess they have computers in hell. But anyway, jumping right in. The devil is a liar. He must be hitting the dislike button using 10 toes and 2 horns. We're going all the way in. What are they trying to turn us into? What have they been trying for a long time to turn us into? See? And you notice when it comes to this awakening, the mainstream media is trying to get in front of the narrative to explain what they cannot control. The rise of the children of God, the children of Israel. Now, why am I going here? Well, I'm going to show you how we're going to set this particular broadcast up this evening in a timely fashion, segueing into segments, right? First of all, we're going to highlight a story that have gained national attention, right? You know about the young man who played football in Ohio, folks? Yeah. An Israelite brother who was forced to eat pepperoni, which led to the firing of all the coaches and everyone who was behind infringing on this brother's religious freedoms. To show you there's still some bastion of hope when it comes to those who are willing to stand righteously. Yeah, those guys got fired, but it doesn't end there. Come to find out, and I'm going to show you how the enemy worked. The enemy purposely left out the fact that they are in the gathering of Christ Church. It's not like they don't know it. Now, there's a lot we're going to unpack with that story. Understand that there's litigation out there, and I'm going to cover as much as I can without divulging the information that's still under litigation. But the media has now got in front of this, where they're trying to use the media and the articles in the media to spin the narrative concerning this situation, knowing the brother was done wrong. They're now trying to use what? Satanic yellow journalism to bring anybody and everyone in to represent, right, what Israelites believe outside of Israelites. And what I'm putting out and what I'm going to show tonight is not only will the family have a case against the institution who forced that brother to eat an abomination, which is pig, that also they could open up litigation against the news journalist or the newspaper who refused to report the truth without demonizing what the brother believes in. See? So what they'll do if they know that they don't have a leg to stand on and that injustice is done against the person, instead of saying, you know what, we're sorry, it was wrong for someone to try to force, someone to eat pork against their religious beliefs. Instead of them just apologizing, they're going to use the newspapers and the media to spin it to try to tie this brother and his family with some people they don't even know, with a story of some Israelites that haven't been confirmed, that's not even a part of any Israelite group in the world. No one know these people that they're talking about went into some Hasidic community and did something. Still, till this day, it was never confirmed. It was never confirmed that those people that they claimed that happened something in Jersey City or in a Hasidic community, not once was it confirmed that that guy had, or these people had anything to do with Israelites. But now we see what their trick is. Every time an Israelite story comes up in which we're pushing back, standing for our religious freedoms, that's right. They're going to go and grab that article or that canned situation and add it to every story as if it's a monolith, as if all Israelites or believe one particular doctrine. Hating white people. They're going to try to tie that in. Hate this and hate that, to make people out there, because they believe the majority of the population is stupid. Okay. So what I'm going to show y'all now, we're going to segue from that story, right? I'm going to show y'all what's going on with that story. And we're going to be covering that continually on this channel and when we open up A Gathering 144, because we will be segueing back there soon. Subsequent to that, since Esau, the devil, would like to spin the narrative to what Israelites are, I thought each week what I'll do going forward is give the stories behind the scenes of the positives that most people don't even know about on how Israelites are positively affecting the communities, the world, in all different walks of life. Be it what? We have people that are operating righteously in the music business with the correct message, not talking about using sisters for harlots and flossing and money, just talking about positive righteousness. We're going to go into that, showing you how there's even those who are in the sports and athletics who are pushing back right now, who are and know they're Israelites, folks. But they're operating what? Wise as serpents, harmless as a dove. They're not trying to infringe on their livelihood, but they are influencing others underground concerning the truth of this Bible and our true mission as God's people. And the devil understands this. So they've been getting in front of this for a long time. So I'm going to segue into some positive things that's going on, even in amongst the Gathering of Christ Church. I have Brother Orion and Brother Malak I'm going to bring on. They came together. I met these brothers 10, 11 years ago and baptized these brothers 12 years ago. And we're talking about leaders in the Gathering of Christ Church. Gabar is an elder. Malak is overseas. He's dealing with gardens and all those things there. He's still dealing in the music. And I want to show brothers and sisters that there is a positive movement going on with the awakening as was prophesied. I'm going to go there. And then later, Elder Lawyer and I are going to jump into what are they turning us into. There's a lot going on with people who have made the decision to drink the juice. There's one of those t-shirts. Can you pass me that? Because some brother sent me some t-shirts. And let me tell you, when I broke this story last week about the brother that was forced to eat pork, I didn't know his family, was following, was a part of the Gathering of Christ Church. Okay, so here it is. Okay, I had no idea. I found that out during the broadcast that, the newspapers are hiding the fact that they're Gathering of Christ Church. They're trying to put Israeli next to the name to tie it to the Israeli Church of UPK on purpose in the articles. And guess what? I'm going to show y'all the article today. And if they don't pull this article back with an apology, we're going to take our legal right, the family. That's all I can say. I'm going to leave it there. You're not going to put some negative press out on us when we're doing everything positive to keep families together, to teach the law, statutes, and commandments, understanding that we believe wholeheartedly that this is the answers to the ills in our community. Wholeheartedly, if we come back to the laws of God and stop living the curse, then there'll be less criminality in the communities. Okay? Less hatred, less divided families, less dysfunction. Okay? Lower jail incarceration, lower incarceration. See, you think the enemy wants that? You think, no, they want us to look like buffoons. They want us to continue to be harlots and buffoons so that they can look at us and say, listen, look how great we are compared to them. See, and this is why they want to demonize Israelites, but I digress. I'm going to talk about that. A brother, thank you, brother. Look on the box and tell me his name. He made some shirts. I don't know who the brother is, but he made some shirts that says, I will not comply to the Jim Jones. I will not comply to the Jim Jones Jews. I will not comply to the Jim Jones Jews. What's his name? Huh? Brother Brian Frazier, thank you for sending these to us. He sent us 3. I will not comply to the Jim Jones Jews. Okay? Jim Jones Jews is something that I coined weeks ago because if you say the V word, automatically algorithms, they send bots your way to try to block and do all those things. So I just coined it Jim Jones Jews. Okay? I will not comply to the Jim Jones Juice, and we're going to be going into that because since the Jim Jones Juice, a lot of censoring been going on through mainstream media to block some of the symptoms that people say that they are exhibiting, which leads us to I need you to get that in Revelation for me too, that I didn't do it, and you're out. I purposely didn't go into that in the academy because I wanted to, I started in the academy, but I'm trying to segue it all the way through so that there's a great transition from the academy to our broadcast to Sabbath service into the next academy, right? Get Revelation. I'm going to get that a little later. Okay. Make sure you have that marked. What are they turning us into? Because now we're finding out that what's going on with people is way deeper than whether or not they're exhibiting flu-like symptoms. There's a lot going on, and people are sending me videos. YouTube are taking down videos one by one and striking channels because people are actually they're out there mentioning these crazy side effects that's going on with the Jews. One woman was diagnosed with what they call it, Guillain-Barré syndrome, where they got those strands coming through your body and all that. One person was diagnosed with that. People are sticking metal to themselves and all types of stuff going on. And YouTube is striking all time. I can't even play the videos, but I have countless videos. I'm going to be going to some of them in the academy where people are exhibiting all types of crazy phenomenons with their body since taking the juice. What are they turning our people into? And guess what? I'll submit right now that this is just the end of the transformation. They've been turning us into something for a long time. Look at our communities. I remember they were putting 6 strands of sticks in women's arms and calling it Norday plan for birth control. You remember that? Then they started pushing, well, every person need to have their annual checkup. And they've been doing a lot of different tests that we don't even know about that's kept secret because they claim it's what? Doctor-patient privilege up until now. Anything we did medically was supposed to stay private, right? Up until now. Why was it private back then? Because we we as a people don't even realize when it came to HPV and all these different stuff, herpes and all this other stuff, it was a part of the experiment that extended beyond Tuskegee. They've been turning us into something for a long time. And no wonder a few years right before, brothers and sisters, right before the corona breakout and the pandemic campaign, the corporate campaign rolled out with Fauci, there was an announcement all around the earth when it comes to the publications showing what? Showing many natural herbologists, natural doctors, homeopathic doctors were mysteriously coming up dead. Remember that? Sebi's the tip of the iceberg. There was many doctors before that. What's really going on, folks? What did these doctors know that needed that led to them being permanently silenced? Okay? Because they knew the science. They knew that what was coming down the pike, folks, would turn people into something. Will turn, and guess what? There's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. Right? Now, that's right. As in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. I wouldn't put that question out there if we didn't have the biblical answer to what they're turning people into. People through fear is coming into this. And let me tell you, they have already accomplished a number of people they needed to do this. They just need to focus on the children now. So that's why they're willing to burn Fauci and put Fauci out there and all that, because what? His job was done. The people through fear made choices that they cannot take back. Once something is in you, that's it. Once it's in you, that's it. It doesn't matter the reason of what was going on in the community and what people were saying and what the fear was. Guess what? This pandemic year, like it came and gone, and the mask going to go, it's going to be as if that time didn't happen, but people are going to still be living with the effects. And the effects are crazy. You're going to find out this evening on the broadcast, Gathering of Christ Church, what they are turning you into. And hence, why this particular story I'm going into concerning the brother in Ohio is serious news today. Why? Because, like I've mentioned, why is it highlighted? Because if someone can refuse pepperoni pizza based on the laws of God, when it comes to certain ingredients, them same people can refuse any ingredient that's not in the Bible, according to lawful, according to the dietary laws of God. That's what's making this story big, because there's people saying, well, listen, according to God, I can't eat that. Well, if that's the case, you have your Food and Drug Administration. Food and drugs are one and the same as far as they're concerned, right? So now we must look into anything they have and do what? Put that up against God's law to determine what goes in our temple. See, that's why. See, y'all don't know how big this is, but they know how big it is when a young man, barely 18 years of age, is saying, listen, that's against what God told me. Because eventually they know, and it was prophesied, a certain number of people, they're not going to be able to change. Knowing that these are they who the Most High is changing and will change. Folks, what I'm breaking down here is biblical prophecy. Biblical prophecy about what? The change that leads to immortality. It starts with us controlling and keeping our temple pure for what's next. So Satan has a change too. It's just physical. But Satan's change for those who follow him is grave. It has grave consequences. So let me go in now. Let me start talking about this. We're going to segue to that part last. I have Elder Ramar. He's setting up the conference for me so we can conversate about this. What are they turning us into? Because, folks, what goes in your body, believe it or not, comes out full circle with what people witness real time when they interchange or interact with you. So what you put in your body will be what you exhibit in public. Right? I'm going to show you. The zombie apocalypse has been upon us. It has been upon us, but it's coming up 1,000-fold for those who choose the juice. What are they turning us into? Now, before I go there, let's go now. Let me pull up the article for you. 1 second here. Let me pull up the article. ESPN. ESPN is even reporting on this, brothers and sisters. Check it out. I need y'all to check this out. Let me blow it up so you all can see it. Let me pull it up. ESPN. I'm going to blow it up here. And yeah, make sure you all hit the like button, folks, as people file in. I'll put myself over here. All right. Excellent. Here we go. ESPN. Ohio high school football coaches. This was reported June 4th, 2021. Ohio school football coaches fired after player says he was forced to eat pork. Folks, this has made Associated Press national news. What they're not going to tell you is that this young man and his family are Israelites and are a part of the Gathering of Christ Church. Now, why? Why aren't they saying that he's a part of the Gathering of Christ Church? Because they don't want people to know that there's churches out there who are Israelites that doesn't fit the cookie cutter, I hate white people and everybody type of Israelite. So they put that out there that people have truth concerning history and teach Christ and are teaching Gentiles too, that would destroy their narrative for demonization. Right? Now let me read this. It says, the head football coach at an Ohio school and 6 other coaches there have been ousted after a football player said he was forced to eat pork in violation of his religious beliefs for missing a voluntary workout. Right? Now, that's ESPN news. I just wanted to show y'all the headlines to show you that how this has gained national attention, first and foremost. Now, you would expect the institution as well as ESPN to come out with a full apology and look further into this action where someone would bully, since they're protecting gays for bullying now and other people for bullying, so that the bullying of Israelites could discontinue. You would expect them to get in front of this bullying, right? Where a grown man and his coaches bully a young man who's following God's law, a good, upstanding citizen who follow God's law. He's not talking about none of this crap. He's not getting crunk and smoking blunts, and he got Percocets, and he's not trying to turn girls into harlots, you would think they would blow this story up and say, you know what? Now here's a great example for our community. Right? You would think so. But no. Let's see the story. Let's see the story that was propagated now. Here's the story. Now check out this. Now I'm going to cover the whole thing so you all can see this. Right? So you all can see this. And look at what this news article, this canned yellow journalism tried to say. They are not part of mainstream Judaism. Who asked you whether or not these people were part of mainstream Judaism? You infringed on their religious rights. They don't have to be a part of mainstream Judaism. So why even put this in the paper? They are not part of mainstream Judaism, nor part of mainline Christianity. Now, why did they say that? He said. Why would they state that he's not a part of a Jewish synagogue or mainstream Christianity? Right? You wouldn't say this if he was Muslim. They are a sect that believes that the blacks are descendants of Hebrews that are mentioned in the Bible. It's not that they believe, they know that they are descendants from the Hebrews. The Anti-Defamation League, look who they go to ask about Israelites. Shouldn't you go to Israelites? You know they're from the Gathering of Christ Church. Why didn't you ask us what they believe? What we believe? They go straight to the Anti-Defamation League when this young man had no defamation against white people or Jewish people. Why would you even, what do you go to these people for? The Anti-Defamation League says this of the religion. Black Hebrew Israelites believe that they are members of the 12 tribes based on biblical interpretation that teaches that their population will be spread across the globe. That's Deuteronomy 28:64. In case you need to know that, sir, where it say the Israelites will go into captivity and be scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. It's not what we believe. It's what your Torah said would happen. The Anti-Defamation League says that the Black Hebrew Israelites believe that they are members of the 12 tribes based on biblical interpretation that teaches that their population will be spread across the globe. Right? Now, will be spread across the globe, which they tie to the transatlantic slave trade. Then they say BHI, when this brother have nothing to do with BHI. Right? This brother has nothing to do with BHI. BHI is short for Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. So this is slander and defamation right here. And I'm putting it out there, brother. So if you're looking at this, make sure the lawyer crop this particular part of the video so you understand what exactly what your legal right is when it comes to misrepresentation, because this doesn't have anything to do with them bullying this young man. Now they're going to bring in the rabbis now. Black Hebrew Israelites represent represent slavery, racism, incarceration, and other social ills as divine punishment for disobedience that can only be cured through Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. Well, we might as well try something different. The Christian church didn't help. Now there's more. They went to a retired rabbi, retired Temple Israel rabbi, John Atlin. And this is the Jewish guy. Now, what do he has to do with this brother being forced to eat pork? Why are you pulling this guy out? They went through everyone except Israelites. Okay, number one, our phone number is public. You can go to gathertochrist.org. And if this journalist wasn't biased in their opinions and trying to defame or to demonize, they would have just picked up the phone and asked. And because this guy, who is this rabbi? We don't know this rabbi. What gives him the authority to be an expert on this piece? Retired temple. So they pulled a retired rabbi out of their orifices. Rabbi John Atlin said he's horrified at the allegation and is concerned because of confusion over the group's religious identity. What is his concern? He noted that a story published by JTA, a major Jewish news service, described the McKinley student as being Jewish. First of all, let me say that what was done to this kid is against his will and against his belief, abhorrent. So now he agreed first, right? Only to come with this. If a child says he doesn't eat pork, he shouldn't be forced to do so. And that is just the tip of the iceberg here. This child was humiliated and punished in absolutely the wrong and most likely unlawful manner. The adults in the room need to be held accountable for their actions. Atlin noted that the Hebrew Israelites use Hebrew and the New Testament and practice a number of Jewish customs and rituals found in the Torah, but it does not make them Jewish. You see this? Why would they bring him in? Who needs this guy's opinion? Who is he to verify who's a Jew? See where they're going? If they're going to talk about our story, they must spin it. If this happened to a Christian or a Muslim, none of this spinning would be going on right now. So they sat in a boardroom and say, how can we spin this? Because we have looked into the group. The group is not a hate group. A matter of fact, you know what I mean? They're a positive asset to their community. So how can we spin this? The boy is not on the corner calling nobody the devil. He follows the law. He have good grades. There's nothing but good reports in him from him in school. He's not a criminal. He don't sell drugs. How can we spin this? Oh, let's bring in a rabbi. If someone follows the teachings of Jesus, then they're a Christian, he said. Regardless, in trying to set the record straight on the religious identity, I don't want to lose fact that this situation is absolutely wrong. You are losing the fact that this situation is absolutely wrong, because we're talking about your view on Israelites when we should be talking about what happened to this young man who did nothing wrong but follow God and was what? An asset to his community and to that team. More. Look who they bring in now. The Reverend Monica A. Coleman. I got to blow this up because this adds to what are they turning us into. They didn't come to us. They went and got a black woman preacher. The Reverend Monica A. Coleman, a theologian and professor of African studies at the University of Delaware. Now, we don't know her from a hole in the ground. Okay, look who they get now to talk about this particular man. I'm going to tell you, this thing is big, brothers and sisters. It's bigger than what any of you can ever imagine. It's big. Because what? This story gets in the way of what they would like to do. And I'm going to go there a little later. So now they pulled out Mammy. They pulled Mammy out now. Monica A. Coleman, a theologian and professor of African studies. What that got to do with us? At the University of Delaware, she doesn't represent us. We're not down with her. a theologian and professor of African studies at the University of Delaware, said Hebrew Israelites do consider themselves, listen, do consider themselves to be Jewish. Black Hebrew Israelites consider themselves Jews. I also consider them to be a black religion bearing many of the markers of African American spirituality. She said, no, you're wrong. They are not Christian or Muslim. Many religious traditions, including smaller traditions that are not well known to a wider Western public, have food prohibitions, and it would be a considerable religious violation to force anyone to eat something that is considered a religious taboo. No, it's an abomination. Go to Leviticus 11, black woman theologian. As with virtually all religions, the Black Hebrew Israelites movement is not a movement. Has a fringe element of extremist. Now look who they tied this young man to who did nothing wrong. The Black Hebrew Israelite movement has a fringe element extremists who are known to take the streets to express their hatred of whites, Jews, LGBTQ people, while others preach that only people from the 12 tribes will be allowed to enter heaven. Now, you know what? The brother that they're writing the article on doesn't believe any of this, folks. He don't hate anyone. Him and his family learned of the Gathering of Christ Church. So this is defamation right there. Make sure you clip this for proof. This is defamation. This is liable. And I'm only reading the articles that's out there right now. There's other things that I can't talk about this evening, folks, but I'm putting it out there so it's on record that all of these people are liable. Now they're making this guy a criminal for standing for his beliefs by tying him to criminal behavior. See, this is how the devil works. With others preach that only people from the 12 tribes will be allowed to enter heaven. In 2019, listen to this, folks, and they got a black girl to say this. Now, this wasn't her story. Check this out, folks. In 2019, a few months before Corona, folks, 2 armed extremists targeted a kosher grocery store in Bayonne, New Jersey, killing 3 people, including a police officer. The shooters also died. Oh, how convenient. An investigation found that the 2 trained for the attack for months, including in Ohio, one of the country's fastest growing religious for extremism and hate group activity. Y'all see that, folks? They outright tied this guy to murderers for refusing against his religious beliefs to eat pepperoni. And see, and this is why I had a conversation today concerning a lot of the people behind the scenes on this. And guess what? I said exactly what I would put out there tonight so that I'm recording this to my computer too, so that we can have documentation with names for all the people who are railroading this young man for standing for his religious beliefs. And in my conversation, you see how they try, listen, he don't know anything about some kosher store where some guys, and guess what? There's still no proof that no Israelites did any of that out there. There is no proof for that. When the story came out, we reported it live on the A Gathering 144 channel. And guess what? They said through social media he followed Hebrew Israelites. Okay? There's no Israelite group. He wasn't a part of IUIC, UPK, and he wasn't a part of the Gathering of Christ Church. He wasn't a part of it. He's not even a part of Great Millstone. any of the guys they reported. They made a story so that anytime Israelite story come out where they're victimizing us or coming against our people, they can tie that in to minimize the awakening. They'll bring in some black African woman we don't know with her lying self. They'll bring in some retired rabbi. They just rolled him out somewhere and say, yeah, what do you think about this? Without even, you're going to see a lot of this going forward, folks. You're going to see a lot of this going forward. Now, before I do that, folks, they've been planning all of this a long time. Because the Bible said, hey, Yirach, get Hosea 6 for me real quick. Get Hosea 6 for me real quick. They knew that the Israelites, folks, and the truth of this doctrine would break the Willie Lynch syndrome. They knew it. All of the control mechanisms on our people are broken when we come back to the laws of God and understand the truth of us being the children of Israel. They knew this, folks. A brother sent me a pack of Illuminati cards, folks. They knew a long time. A week and a half ago, a brother sent these Illuminati cards to my P.O. box. One with everything factory set. These particular cards were made in 1995, right? 1995. How am I tying this together? 1995 was the height of when we were on the street in major cities. I was in Philadelphia. Johanna was floating from New York to Philadelphia. Then near 2000, Johanna went to Baltimore. Nathaniel, before he was IUIC, broke off with Maisha and was a part of what eventually became the House of David, then Great Millstone. But before all of that, we were all a part of the Israeli school of UPK. And in 95, we were on the streets giving it to them. No separate fragments, none of it. It was just out there teaching the truth concerning our people, saying, listen, this is the way. We have to stop killing each other, the drug dealers, the harlots out there, the families being separated. We must come to God's law. In 1995. I came in 92. I was 3 years in when these cards were made. I'm going to show you how eerie this is. I had Elder Yirach go through these cards for me, because these cards is supposed to predict all of their political moves that would bring in a one world order, bringing everyone into one mind under Satan's authority. And there was one card in particular that stood out to me, and it was this card right here. Now, I'm going to put the card on your screen, but I'm going to read the card first. It says the Illuminati New World Order. I bought this out in the academy. The Illuminati New World Order. It reads, play this card at any time to give plus 10 power or resistance. Your choice to any computer group you control. That means a group on the computer. If used with an action, it must be played when that action is first declared, and counts only for that action if used for defense. The bonus lasts until the end of the current turn, is good for defense only, and does not count towards goals. So you pull this card in defense. When you are being revealed and attacked and exposed, you use this to ward off the attack. So you will use distraction, or you will use certain things to try to counter someone that's interrupting the signals. And it so happened that the card is named Infobon. Infobon means what? A bond is a train or something that's moving through something. So this is something that's interrupting the signal that they're looking to bring everyone under one world order. Hence to why when certain events happen, they'll censor channels whose infobonds or is coming in and disrupting their mission. And it so happens that there's an Israelite, 1995, an Israelite on the card who interrupts Israelites who interrupts their signal. Now, let me show you the card. And I'm going to ask you folks, this card was made in 1995. I'm going to ask y'all, who do that look like? Does that not look like Nate from IUIC? Your rock just showed me these cards. I got it in my hand right now. Here's the card in my hand. It came out of this box. And the card says if infobond, which is what will disturb signals. Look at it. When they seen us on the streets years ago, they knew that eventually, according to prophecy, that this signal would take over the truth. That God's people are the children of Israel, and it would begin to erode all of their religious gatherings that were controlling our people. Our people would leave the churches, leave Islam, and come to the knowledge of the truth. And through that spirit, we would begin to fight against Satan's system, leading to the kingdom of heaven. Now, to them, it doesn't matter what doctrine it is. There's a difference in doctrine between what we teach and them. But the fact that it's an interruption in the signal with our people realizing they're Israelites is the problem for Satan's kingdom. That's the problem. Because once you know you're an Israelite, Christ will guide you on the right path concerning doctrine. Once your eyes are open and you begin to study, that's Christ guiding you. And guess what? One man planteth, another man watereth, but it's the Most High that gives the increase, which means it doesn't matter what group someone learned from. Christ will raise them into the correct doctrine according to him, according to himself. Because we didn't come to this knowledge because of a group. We came to this knowledge because we knew it was the truth from God. The truth from God. And even till this day, I say, I don't have nothing personal against any man that's teaching truth. I stand on the doctrine of Christ. And if any man is against that doctrine, I'll highlight that. But the enemy isn't seeing it that way. The enemy is seeing it as that the threat is our people finding out we're Israelites, and it doesn't matter who is teaching. If a Jewish rabbi isn't the authority, to them it's a threat. Because they control Christianity. They control, TBN control those pastors. See? And this is one thing they cannot control. I'm going to put it up there one more time. Somebody asked to see it one more time. I'll let y'all see it again. I didn't make it up. 1995. 1995. They had an image of what would actually disrupt their signal when it comes to them controlling people through the computer. Israelites. Israelites is the true resistance. So, here's another card they have. Check out this card. Check out this card, Media Blitz. Media Blitz come into play, folks. And folks, you know what? I'm going to have a whole broadcast dropping what they've hidden these cards. You see on this guy's you see right there, folks, True Facts. True Facts online. That's fact checks online. So if anyone is going against the narrative, it must go through fact checks. This is them right there saying that they're going to control the narrative concerning information. Fact check. Where they'll, through the media, and if it doesn't come through them, their satanic fact check, it isn't truth. And through this, we'll be able to take down any dissenting ideas or voices. Predictive programming. And it tell you on the cards when something is going on, when our people start waking up. And because really the whole narrative of these cards are to control us. Folks, how to control and keep the slaves in check. There's also one on Black Lives Matter in here. An organized black group that they would use to do what? To destroy our people. It's in here. Then they have what? Wait till you see this. A guy looking like Joe Biden. A guy looking like Joe Biden sitting at his desk. What day? Jake Day. Jake Day. And who's popping out of the Jack in the Box? Freddy Krueger. Something coming out of the box that will frighten Jake and destroy our people. A surprise out of nowhere that will frighten our people. Jake Day. And now you look at what's going on in our community right now. Our people are afraid because something popped out of nowhere that's targeting and destroying our people. These cards came out. I seen the date. I looked at it. We brought out a few of these in the academy. We're going to be bringing out every week during the news program. We're going to bring out 3-4 cards to let you know what they're doing with their predictive programming in the academy. Jake Day. Now tell me they don't know we the children of Israel. A surprise for Jake. 1995. Almost 20 years ago, they had this plan to go against our people where Freddy Krueger, something would come out of nowhere to begin to harm us, to come against us. Jacob's trouble. You got it. That's what it is. So what they must do. Romans 14:19 states what? Let not then your good be evil spoken of. Every time these evildoers try to come against our people and spin it in the media as if we're doing something wrong, we're going to come with the reports of the life-changing phenomenon. Who is Israelites? We're going to come with stories because the devil is not going to tell you that it's Israelites that's changing everything around right now under their noses. that the communities are actually beginning to reshape and listen to things and correct themselves. They're not going to tell you it's the advent of the Most High resonating, sending his signal to his people for the correct change, for the true change that was prophesied. So every time they try to demonize or do something, I'm going to bring it out right here and say, listen, this is where they're liable, and this is how we can use their system against them. Okay? And what we're going to do, we're going to use all of our forces to stand up with our people to push back, get names, and take the proper procedures to push on them in a way they understand. There's only one way they understand that they're doing something wrong. It's when they're being pushed back and they're being hit where they can feel it. Okay? Because there's much positives going on. Sisters are starting to look at their lives and saying, you know what? I learned wrong. I was a part of, the matrix. I can't change my past, but you know what? I'm going to teach my children better. The devil don't want that. The devil wants you to be in a Christian church, making a fool of yourself, saying stuff like, no God, no man can judge me. And just they want a place with no rules where their God says it's okay to have no rules. But now our sisters and brothers are coming together and saying, you know what? No longer are we going to wait for a change or wait for a man to change. I was born to be that man or woman to change the world. And this is what the enemy feared. He feared this for a long time. He's been trying to suppress this for a long time. Okay, that the fact that our people would begin to think for ourselves and come back to our God to save our people. Come on, man. Y'all almost 1,300 likes down. Come on, it don't cost nothing to hit the like button because there's more I'm going to show. So here it is. Make sure, brother, in Ohio, you clip this so that you have the news article. Get everything online you can to go against these people, starting with that African, the defamation people, all of them who came together to orchestrate a hit piece against a young man who refused to eat swine, the doggone abomination. He stood up, and he should be championed for standing up in a world where all our freedoms have been lost anyway. That young man should be honored. But if there was a young girl standing up with a speech talking about LBGT inclusion, that would be blasted all over the world. She would have a show on Oprah. She would have a visit to the White House if she was a young black girl standing up for LBGTQ. She would have a piece on ESPN. She would have a piece on CNN. But yet this black man stood up for the few freedoms that are left, and yet the story is out there with him being what? Demonized, and they're trying to push it up under the rug now. But it'll be pushed under the rug only if you and I allow it, folks. Here's an opportunity to stand for our brothers for real. Y'all claim y'all stood for somebody, George Floyd and all that crap. Billions of dollars going to these other organizations, and not nothing came to change the conditions of black people in our communities. In the place where George Floyd was raised, it's still, you know what I mean? Look like Hiroshima or Nagasaki, a bomb then fell on it. Right? So no, now it's time to stand up and push as much as we can to say, listen, no more will our black men like this be demonized for standing for what's right. And it doesn't stop with just a pepperoni pizza, and the devil know it. Thank you all for hitting the like button. I really appreciate that. Now, let me go into a few positives that's going on right now. Because like I said, there's a lot going on with Israelites as far as talent and all that. That the devil who own these mainstream media is trying to push up under the rug. people think it's just, we have Kendrick Lamar, Israelite. Straight out. Straight out. There's many more too. There's many more. Some that I'm not even going to name. But guess what? I've had conversations with people. Many more who want to keep their name anonymous. Who are doing things to change. It's not about the recognition. They're changing their communities right now, right up under our noses, but yet CNN and the others will never promote it. What they're going to try to promote is more so than anything in our communities. They're going to pick out the most erratic people in our communities. They're uneducated, and they're going to aim towards schizophrenic, quote unquote, and not to offend because that is not all of them this way, schizophrenic, power hungry black women is the only people that they're going to promote. Straight out. Not the choice black women who would say, well, listen, I don't need the forefront. Here's my man. Okay. Because there's many of those. I know many of those who they'll pull a black one up. You're like, hold up now. You're not going to pull me up without a black man representing me first. There's many of you out there like that, but they're not going to pick those. They're going to pick the schizophrenic, power-driven, politically erratic black woman. Okay? And I'm going to go into that a little later because, and I want to make it clear. Not all of you are the same and you know it, but they know it too, but they'll never pick you. All the people they put before you on CNN, all these people have been vetted for the enemy against us. They've been vetted already. They're not going to come into our church or tell them to come to Gathering Christ Church and interview one of the sisters there and put them on CNN and see what you get. See, but I'm going to be going into that. I'm going to be talking about that today. The positives of being an Israelite. Kendrick Lamar. There's many others, folks, who know they're Israelites, but they're keeping it. And you know why they're keeping it, under wraps? Look what happens when a young man say right out, I'm an Israelite and I'm not supposed to eat pork. They end up lying in the article saying that he was part of some Israeli black Hebrew Israelite. When that ain't the name of his church. He's an Israelite, but he go to the Gathering of Christ Church. His father is a member of the Gathering of Christ Church. So he's not no Israeli. What's an Israeli? Israeli is someone that's born over in the new state of Israel. The Gentiles who went to Israel are called Israelis. No one in the Bible are named Israelis. We're Israelites. Christ was an Israelite. That's right. The disciples were Israelites. That's right. The prophets were Israelites. Ruth, Suzanne, anybody you name, anybody, Ruth, all of them in the Old Testament. Esther, that was an Israelite woman. They were all Israelites. So let's stop trying to make this as if something that just popped up out of anywhere, some fringe group in America. They're trying to marginalize it. Why? Because they know it cannot be stopped. So instead of allowing the story to just go out there and have the young man say his story, they're trying to get in front of it. And we're going to do this every time they try these wicked demonizations against the truth, because that's what it is. It's Satan against God. It's Satan's kingdom against kingdom people. Real quick, I'm going to go there a little later. 1 second. Right now, I have AHAYAH and Malak. Elder AHAYAH from Texas. And Malak is on the line. Come on in, brothers. Let me hear you.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best.
Hey, Shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Yeah, I was just going into the positivities that's going on, the positive impact the Israelites are having on the community.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And that there's a lot of gifts, creative gifts that are amongst Israelites that most wouldn't even know exist if we didn't talk about it, right?
Yes, sir.
First of all, is there anything you wanted to say on anything I'm saying, or you want to go right into what, because I wanted to show people some of the artistic gifts the Most High have given you.
Well, I mean, I think you pretty much said everything. I mean, I just remember coming in as a young man and, it wasn't that much music when I first came in. But then I look up now, it's like weeds that grow in the garden. They just came up everywhere. And it's like you can accidentally go on YouTube and you're going to see something about Israelites. So, and a lot of it is positive, but like you said, but they're not going to highlight that part. So, I mean.
Okay, so you and your brother Malak, years ago, you ran into the truth. We came and baptized you all, right?
Yes, sir.
What's going on over there in Houston right now? Right now, you're one of the leaders over the Houston body. What's going on over there?
Oh, Houston is continuing to grow. And ever since I came back, just growing so much more spiritually. And it's just a lot of talent in Houston. As you might see, a lot of videos and music. It's a lot of talent in Houston and just a lot of growth, man. And that's what I'm here for. It's not about me. I'm just here for my people and the elderly and the women and children and the strong men. Just trying to stay positive and lead our people.
And if someone asks you outright, and Malak, you can answer it also. If someone asks you, what impact finding out you were an Israelite, what impact did that have on your life? In a nutshell, compared to if you would have went into a Christian church or never found this truth, what impact? What has been your experience since finding out you were an Israelite? AHAYAH.
Oh, okay. So
and then I asked Malak.
Yeah, well, because I didn't have my father, and he's a good man, but because I didn't grow with my father, there's some things that men lack. You when you grow with a mother, even though she's a good mother, they call them strong black women. I don't know why, but they're already strong. We don't have to say strong, but you lack some things. You want to fight every time someone tells you something, some type of correction, this and that, and just when I first met you, how you were just real direct. And I was like, man, when I came out of the Christian church, I'm like, I need that rough stuff because that's what I was used to from my stepfather. And the time that I was in the street life, I just had to figure certain things out on my own, how to pick this certain time. And my father was there to say, hey, don't pick this type of women, don't do this. Those things I didn't get. So I had to stumble, make those mistakes. And then when I was, around you, Elder Rock, Elder Amar, just always getting counsel. I came up under Elder Rock and yourself directly, and it just helped me to become a man. And now everything y'all have given me, I'm able to teach thousands upon thousands, and I have changed many people's lives. And I don't think I'm special, but I know if I died, a lot of people will be angry. And if somebody touched me, a lot of people would cross the ends of the earth for me. And that didn't come from me. It came from you and Elder Lawyer and all the rest of the people before me. You just continue to hand it down, and that's all we're doing, and that's what they're afraid of. So, in so many words, what you guys have done have helped me change people's lives. And for me, you've been like a father to me, as you know. And a lot of men out there need this to be. You need someone to tell you, hey, you're a king or you're a queen, and this and that. It gives you a sense of pride. It gives you motivation. Going overseas. It helped me. I can go anywhere in the world and live. And I don't even need that much money. I feel like I can go anywhere confidently, anywhere, and just walk in the confidence of the Most High because he took care of us all of those, 10 years we were out there.
Well, thank you, brother. And all praises be to the Most High. And you've grown to be a great man. Malak, I know you're overseas right now. You got to keep things incognito, but
definitely.
Let's deal with the fact that if someone asks you what impact the truth of you being Israel had on your life, how would you respond? What would you say?
Well, I would say that this truth, it changed me from a better person. It made me reconsider all the things that I was experiencing in my life in the times past, like all the bad things I was doing. Looking back at it, if I tell a person overseas, like where I'm at now, if I tell a person all my past experience, they would look at me, like, that wasn't you. I don't believe this. Like
what? Like, give us some examples in the past. Give us one or two things.
Robbing people with BB guns. You know what I'm saying?
Robbing people with BB guns? Sticking people up? Go ahead.
Yeah.
See, but hold up. But yet, none of this is publicized that you were living or on your way with a life of crime that probably would have led to you being in jail. Like AHAYAH, you probably would have been incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
But they don't publicize that man that became a man, learning the wisdom of the Most High through that word. But go ahead, Malak.
Also, I would tell them, a story of how I got, where I got to today as far as this truth. How, I was the second thing is I was going into a very bad path of, robbing some Jamaicans for their stuff and, trying to, rebuild my empire like that. But my brother, this is how he brought me to the truth, telling me, giving me the story about Abraham, and his brother walking through the fire, and his brother didn't make it through the fire. Like, he was halfway in, halfway out, you know what I'm saying? And the whole thing is when I tell people that kind of story about, how that changed my life to where I was very considerate about the things that I was doing, you know what I'm saying? And when I talk to people about all the bad things that I was doing in my life, they, they'd be like, nah, man, I don't believe that was you. You a sweet person. You a kind man. You know what I'm saying? So looking back at that situation and looking how people talking to me and how I carry myself as, a representative of Christ, you know what I'm saying? It's a blessing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'm hearing that you say you sitting there contemplating on how to take bags from Jamaicans so you can come up. I mean, the Most High could have actually saved you from death.
Yeah, big time.
Right out. Right, the jaws of death. You was on the street. Go ahead, AHAYAH.
But and not to interrupt you, but you have something inside of you that's ready to go against the system because depending on your situation and how you came up, because it's some more to what's going on with why all the Hispanics is struggling, all the blacks is struggling. It's more to it. And I see people, I'm working hard, trying to go to college, do this and that. These people drop out, they becoming rich. It's some secrets that's going on. But the whole time they worshiping their God, Satan, coming together in one mind. But we just need to know who our God is, because we don't know. We just like a pinball machine all over the place. We want the truth, but because we don't have it, we just feel like we just ready to tear something up. And when I got that truth, and it was hard, when you was on the streets, I needed that real rough stuff at the time, as a man. And that's what I can relate to. I'm like, man, honestly, I can't be like these. And I'm not talking about all Christians. I can't be soft like that because my character is a warrior, but I can still be calm and have respect. But I can't. I don't feel like I can be me following God, so I don't want to follow God that way. But when I realized you was like, nah, you can still keep your character and this and that, I'm like, man, praise the Most High. So and that, yeah.
And it's deep because when you actually I'm in Europe right now. You know what I'm saying? When you actually amongst these people, different people of different cultures or whatnot, you know what I'm saying, and how you carry yourself, it's a powerful thing when you have people coming up to you asking you like, man, you do this and you do that, like you don't drink, you don't get drunk, you don't have your pants sagging, or you don't, you know what I'm saying, you're not walking, or you're not speaking in a certain kind of way. What God are you following? What you believe in? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's and you know what, when they do that, sometimes, when we fresh in the truth, we like to, say, yeah, I'm a Jew, you this, you that. But the whole deal is walking in Christ. You really, it's that walk that you give people. You know what I'm saying? It's that walk, and it's that spirit, you know. Sometimes, and it's through experience of what I'm speaking about. Like, you know, sometimes you don't have to go out there and say what you are, because it's going to be shown who you are. You know what I'm saying?
So people are asking you about the God you serve, strictly with how you interact with not just our people, but even with Europeans, Gentiles.
Exactly.
And that's deep, because the guy who produced y'all videos, he came over to produce the video we did after the fire's gone. And do you know that changed that brother's life?
Yeah.
Not just interaction with all of us. I can tell when he was around me, they were curious. And then he met the choir and met the church. He was like, I went to church over here for a long time. And he says, I've never seen a loving church like I've witnessed amongst these people.
Right.
And see, and what I didn't recognize is, even when I was going other places and all that to prepare for the video shoot, he was around brothers and sisters who was making sure, asking did they want something to eat, taking them places, talking with them. So it was tripping him out how genuine normal people were compared to what he thought black people were in America.
Right.
And the last time I talked to him, you know what he said to me? He says, Elder Ricard, shalom. He said he greet me with shalom now, and he follow our teachings. And he's a Gentile, but yet you'll never see them writing about the impact we're having on other people. But without any further ado, I want everyone to see y'all work real quick. Can I pull that up real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right, just put it on mute, and I'm gonna let brothers and sisters see your work. The positives of being Israelites. Look at the talent on these young men. Praise the Almighty. Check it out. AHAYAH and Malak. What do you call yourselves? What is the title of what's your title? What are your tag?
Just Lion and King. Lion and King. Let's look at some of their work, brothers and sisters. Let's go.
Now there's been a verdict that has been reached in the Bill Cosby.
Breaking just now, sources telling CNN that singer R. Kelly has just been indicted in Cook County.
Michael Strahan and the Terry Crews interview.
Wow.
Harvey Weinstein faces new and more
finances, now convicted of child sexual abuse.
If we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare.
Arrested was 53-year-old Nita Matula. A 13-year-old boy enrolled in a religious class was sexually molested.
This is going to get worse before it gets better, for sure.
The Surgeon General.
So think of it, in this horrible period, this horrible, dark period where this monster came and worked its horrible spell over the world. 184 countries as of this morning. 184 countries.
Get down. I told y'all stop posting this stuff on Facebook. What we gonna do? Stay with me. I'm trying. Oh, hell no. What the hell? That's drones? What the? Oh, my goodness. Hold your fire. Come on. Come under that car. There's more of them coming. Father, please help us. Oh, my goodness. Here.
Everybody weeping like a widow. So much war, no one sleeping on the pillow. Ain't the whole shopper, just a thief and then a robber. All the people steady hollering, feel a beat in the tempo. Lion and King, all up on the instrumental. All up in your illo, all up in your mental. Hope you get the memo. Sharks in the meadows, drawn up in your window. When you better get out. Spinning like a Mac 11, get up on the track and trade it, flipping in it like a Chevy, wishing for a back that's heavy, getting everlasting heaven. Listen what my daddy tell me, if I don't, I'm after figure, sitting in the nasty jelly, disappear like Machiavelli, but he coming back already. Acts 37, and I think it's up in chapter 7. Hypocrite, you acting scary, fruity like an apple cherry, softer than a sack of teddies, closet high after Kelly, Weinstein after Terry, Oprah, Michael Jackson, Barry, focus on the rapture, really, if you left for after better, grizzly on attack, I'm deadly, twisting up my hair, dreaded, car 6'9", now they say he like a record teller, dropped it with a black machete, nightmare, I'm after Freddy, sound kinda backwards, yet a round up, that's 7. If you miss a fact, I said it, try to hide, better read it. Suited picker for Apocrypha, Jasher Ezra's. Karma always come back, be careful. Spirit on my chest and back, I wear it. If I get a little stack, then I share it. Breaking bread with my brothers up in half a terry. Juicy like a blackberry, taste the fruit of Adam never. You gon' make me smack a fairy, swooping like a bat and yelling. Godzilla, dragon ready, fire damn battle heavy. He may beat his chest cause he dying for the Amigeti and he terry. Everybody weeping like a widow. So much war, no one sleeping on the pillow. Ain't a whole shopper, just a thief and a robber. All the people steady holler, feel a beat in the tempo. Nine named king, all up on the instrumental. All up in your illo, all up in your mental. Hope you get the memo. Sharks in the minnows, drawn up in your window. Boy, you better get out. Spit it like a plasma weapon, spit it like a Mac 11. Entering the Armageddon, living in the past, the present. Then he coming back from heaven. Sin is really mad that you're the still test the battle. Yeah, but they didn't even last a second. Spit it like a plasma weapon, spit it like a Mac 11. Entering the Armageddon, living in the past, the present. Then he coming back from heaven. Sin is really mad that you're the still test the battle. Yeah, but they didn't even last a second.
Zombie passing, moving faster than a blink. Even the wicked know the time, that's why they rushing everything. Man, don't trust in anything. They be playing with the brain, checking the job, and you able when they came. Sick of corona, why there's on the coronavirus. Really furious the virus, but we know who the lions. The spiders coming us with a blast, think fast. It's time the dashboard is closing, only for them to open a can of whip. Whoa, whip, whoa, here we go. More collateral damages, more whoa. Supernatural savages throwing blows. Until we manage to find a way to the master that protects us in this madness. Gotta flow in the spirit, cause that cannabis won't help you even just a little bit. Gotta hit a Holy Spirit when she calling. Don't wanna be the one that keep on falling, living all that life just like a walking coffin. Yeah, it's getting real now. Something like it's a thriller, people with chills now. They whisper you now, they all up in your crib now. When you see them surrounded, it's time to deal by. Trouble coming every millisecond, don't let your struggle become a weapon that they use against you. Go muscle up and go get your blessing, steady tested each and every way. All we gotta do is stay prayed up, cause it's coming.
Everybody weeping like a widow. So much war, no one sleeping on the pillow. Ain't a whole shopper, just a thief and a robber. All the people steady holler, feel a beat in the tempo. Nine named king, all up on the instrumental. All up in your illo, all up in your mental. Hope you get the memo. Sharks in the minnows, drawn up in your window. Boy, you better get out. Spit it like a plasma weapon, spit it like a Mac 11. Entering the Armageddon, living in the past, the present. Then he coming back from heaven. Sin is really mad that you're the still test the battle. Yeah, but they didn't even last a second. Spit it like a plasma weapon, spit it like a Mac 11. Entering the Armageddon, living in the past, the present. Then he coming back from heaven. Sin is really mad that you're the still test the battle. Yeah, but they didn't even last a second.
The president's moral conscience relevance unprecedented. For Dean slipping on television. Bill Gates admitting that they killing children. Didn't say he didn't. Vaccinations with the nano chipping. Implementing mandatory is the mission. Passing bills to get the masses killed. Then pay you stimulus so you don't pay attention. They want a smoking tree, they call it kill. So we forget hanging from them limbs. Yeshua Christ said that he divine and we the branches. We supposed to hang from him. Cognitive dissonance. Then want you distance and socially. We're spitting these bars, I'm socially distant, cause none of these jiggers ain't close to me. Why you on IG, they rapping up 5G, and you ain't even much listening. Soon as we realize who we is and stop eating pig, they worry about pig men. Consider your ways for you in that grave, get judged and then you'll be back dead. And you don't smoke crack, but when that sky crack, everybody running like crackheads.
Everybody weeping like a widow. So much war, no one sleeping on the pillow. Ain't a whole shopper, just a thief and a robber. All the people steady holler, feel a beat in the tempo. Nine named king, all up on the instrumental. All up in your illo, all up in your mental. Hope you get the memo. Sharks in the minnows, drawn up in your window. Boy, you better get out. Spit it like a plasma weapon.
Man, y'all brothers have come a long way, man. A long way. Let me see. There's one more called Rack It Up. Now, what is Rack It Up, Stack It Up about?
Well, wrap it up means like, because you see, when we was overseas, basically, we couldn't just do everything we do in America, because you got to be like Paul overseas. You got to kind of blend in, be all things to all men. So
yeah.
Wrap it up, stack it up means the time is moving very quickly. Satan has a short time. You got to wrap up what you're doing. You got to save You understand? Your money. You have to get your soul right. It just wrap it up, stack it up means stack your money up, stack your works in heaven up. You understand? So that's basically what it means.
Okay. Is it something that, you want me to play it? Or I'm going to leave that until another time because I should really want them to see that when we got a broadcast. But yeah. First of all, anything else y'all want to say, man, multi-talented, man. Y'all really, let me tell you, brothers, I'm so proud of y'all brothers, man. And Quadam, man, hey, what a gift. But go ahead, talk to me.
Well, just if they want to watch Wrap It Up, Stack It Up, they got to go to Lion and King Vivo. That's a total different page. But that video there is just, like I said, what it's about. But at the end of the video, we give a scene where it's like the sons of Satan is coming against us when we like in the wilderness. All different brothers is meeting together in the wilderness from the four corners of the earth. We actually end up taking communion in the wilderness, you understand, and then they try to come against us. And that's when you see the fight scene going on. So if y'all want to check that out, feel free to check that out. But that's pretty much all I have.
Well, man, I want to thank you all. And like I said, the media, the devil would like to portray us negatively without even talking with us. So you know what? I'm not waiting for the enemy to show the positive aspects of this truth anymore, because I know that they are against our people getting unplugged from the matrix. They would rather sign our people to deals to act a fool, to push drugs, to push vanity, okay, to push fornication, because that's why they want us. That's how they would like us to get portrayed. So I'm not going to look for the enemy to tell the truth anymore. It's upon us to push back and show. And even I'm going to do this every week, even showing the positive aspects of our sisters who they want to negatively have people like Lizzo, Cardi B, and all these others represent their image. And it's about time we start pushing back by saying, you know what? Let's do our own media. Let's do our own, because, outside of the enemies, like my man Kwame Brown stated, the Go Along to Get Along Club, which is really blacks who have aligned themselves with the enemy to circumvent our community.
Right. The taskmasters.
Taskmasters, exactly. It's time for us to show what they have been ignoring. The awakening. There you go. There go Elder Ariah and Brother Malak. Malak, I hope to see you soon. And get some rest. I know it's late where you are. Shalom.
Yes. Shalom.
Shalom. We appreciate you.
All right. Bless you. Let's give it up. Let's give it up for the brothers once more.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right. Now, there go those brothers. I'm about to bring in Elder Lawyer. Let me bring in Elder Lawyer here. Yes, let's go. What are they turning us into? Let's bring in Elder Lawyer. One moment. There go Elder Lawyer. That's right. One moment. Elder Lawyer, you there?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Okay, good to hear you. All right, let me bring you in here. All right. All right. Okay, Elder Lawyer, you're with us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom. Anything you would like to comment on before we go in, or are you good? It's up to you.
Absolutely. Just real quick, I want to just comment on the video we just saw, as well as the brethren you just saw. First and foremost, I want to give all praise and honor to the Most High for allowing us to have this broadcast. But, you know, to see the growth and to see the talent that we've seen for many years, but the world is now getting an opportunity to see. It's always a blessing to see the growth of brethren who we have labored with, who we have lived amongst, ate amongst, and just to see them now, you know, seeing Brother AHAYAH actually running churches and things of that nature, to see Brother Malak, you know, starting families and growing with a family and things of that nature. It's always a blessing. So I want to give all praise and honor to the Most High for that.
Okay, now jumping right in, Elder Lawyer. Jumping right in. Let me make sure your video is set here. Jumping right in. What are they turning us into, right? I'm about to go for a quick break, and then after that, we're going to jump in. First of all, if you would like to comment on what's going on with the brother in Ohio. But really what I want to deal with is there's a lot of news coming out with people saying that if they knew that they would be experiencing some of the illnesses and other things that comes with taking the V that's out there, that they would have definitely chose not to partake. And there's a lot of side effects. People are sticking magnets to themselves. People are sticking metallicized metals to themselves without it being magnets. Things are sticking to people, and people don't realize that what's going on is prophetic. So I wanted to go into what are they turning us into, and I want to really dovetail that off, just, you know, piggyback on what's going on in our system already, as far as the demoralization of our communities. What we don't know is our people are like this is because they're heavy medicated, and we've been targeted through the healthcare system for a long time. They've been putting metals in us for a long time. That's what thimerosal is. Thimerosal is mercury. So the ill effects of that is low IQ, and on top of that, it messes with your neural senses to make it where we're walking MK Ultra projects. Okay. And so when you see weird stuff going on amongst our people, you don't even realize that this is what we are turned into. And then on the other side, we're blaming each other, coming down on each other and saying, well, listen, on the surface, something is wrong with these people. Okay. It's a given that, yes, something is wrong, but we're not looking into the chemical reactions that causes chaos in our communities outside of the regular drugs that have been inundated in our communities. I'm talking about the legal drugs, the stuff that we are told that's mandatory to go to school, that's mandatory to be in public, that they've been aiming towards in our veins since preschool. So now I'm looking at this now and I'm seeing where it's all going. It was prophesied that these metals will be in us, and it would lead to a mark, and that Satan would use that mark at the very end in a battle against Christ. All people in the earth is really being moved into a place, and that place is a ritual to fight against God. And I'm going to be going into that. What are they turning us into? As in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. And hence the reason why they're coming after Israelites and trying to demonize Israelites. Because Israelites is an interference. That's right. It's an interference. Okay? Israelites are the real resistance, folks. So I'm going to be going into that in one moment. Elder Lawyer, I need you to hold tight. I'm just going to throw this on real quick, and we're going to jump right into what are they turning us into. All right?
Absolutely.
So do me a favor. Just put your thing on mute real quick, and I'll bring you in 1 moment. The Bible. 1 moment. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. One second. One second, brothers and sisters. And first and foremost, again, I would like to thank all of you for your support and all the support you do to progress this knowledge and truth. Understand that none of us, we could not do this without your support and help. So I want to make sure I give you all a serious thank you for everything you've always done to support this church. Let me put that out there right now. One moment here. All right, let me take that off. All right, let's jump right in. Let's jump right in. Oh, there it is. For those who missed it earlier, I hope y'all didn't. For those who missed it earlier, before I bring in Elder Lawyer, I began to show brothers and sisters from 1995. There were some Illuminati cards that a brother sent last week to my P.O. box and said, Elder, I think you need to go through some of this because what's in these cards are events that the government will utilize at certain stages throughout time to lead to a new world order. And I had Elder Yarack go through some of these cards. And the one thing that stood out to me was this card right here, Infobond, which is an interruption into their signals of controlling people. And this is 1995, where the info card or the info bond would be Israelites interrupting their signal of control through computers. And it so happens, it looked like a silhouette of Nathaniel of IUIC. Even the purple is in it. And this was before IUIC became a group. And I mentioned it's kind of eerie and weird that they would have that in the Illuminati cards, right? from 1995. But also there's something in particular that they would do. Elder Lawyer, I need you to pull up about the menstruous monsters in the Apocrypha. Here's another card where it states new blood. They would do something to create new blood in people. The card may be played at any time and counts as the action for the group it affects. These are the people who, for whatever reason, believe what the media is telling them. The increased power takes effect immediately. So whatever they put in there in your blood will take effect immediately. The power for one violent group is increased to 6. Link this card to your chosen violent group. No player may have more than one new blood in play. So this is a way to taint the blood to control any particular group. See? So the Bible warned us about this time. Yirach, I need you to get that out of Revelation. The book of Revelation. Why, according to prophecy? See? Why? What's going on according to the Bible? There's nothing that's going to go down of biblical proportion that the Bible doesn't highlight. You best believe it. You best believe it. Also, give me an elder lawyer. Give me in the book of Matthew, as in the days of Noah. Now, the card isn't saying that Nate or any other group is a part of the Illuminati or group. What it's detailing is that what I think it's showing, because when it talks about groups that interrupts their information of control. So when you look at that word infoban, bond is like something that breaks through, like that goes fast, like the Autobahn. Okay? So infobond is what? It's a crack in their information. It slows up their information when something speedily comes through and interrupts their signal. So it's not saying that brother or any other brother are Illuminati or part of, I don't believe that they are part of any type of group, but they were all on the streets just like I was. But I do know that the enemy was looking and saying, well, listen, what we're seeing here in 95 will be the interruption when the internet is rolled out that will disrupt our plans to bring in a new world order. So in the cards, they calculated that because the enemy doesn't leave anything to chance. They seen the impact we were having on churches and all that in the early 90s. And that they realized it would multiply exponentially once they rolled out the internet. So I believe that card was, well, okay, how do we combat someone interrupting our signal who are Israelites? Okay. Now, I don't know what the game is. I don't play the game. I don't know what this is. Someone sent it to me and say, yo, a lot of what's predicted is in these cards, Elder Ricard. Can you look at them? And I didn't look at them. I gave them to Elder Yirach. I'm like, I didn't care anything about it. I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm like, go through these cards and see if there's something that, that's interesting. And Yirach brought it back to me and gave me 3 separate cards and say, yo, Elder Ricard, some of these are kind of airy. And then I seen one card look like Nate Israelites. And I seen another card. I'm like, media facts, where everything they're planning, they got a card based on how we react to their media. Okay. Anytime there's resistance, there's another card to play. Until all people are in one mind under Satan to progress the new world order. The new blood card. All right, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to bring you in. All right, lawyer, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Elder lawyer, let's read as in the days of Noah. New blood. They're changing people into something. Let's go into the menstruous monsters first.
Yes, sir. 2nd Ezra chapter 5, verse number 8. There shall be a confusion also in many places.
There shall be what?
There shall be a confusion also in many places.
There shall be a confusion in many places. Read.
And the fire shall be oft sent out again, and the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
Menstruous women shall do what?
And menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
And menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. Okay? And mind you, I'm just dealing with what the Bible is saying prophetically. During the confusion, menstruous women will bring forth monsters. Agents of chaos will come out of women. And this is what happens if you have a community without law, unchecked, in which the whole community becomes the project. And I went into the project weeks ago. I went into that project a few months ago. Matter of fact, last year, how there was a project where they experimented with rats. Okay, rats. On how they would set up projects to control our communities. Like the real pretty ones and the real good looking ones would just sit back and they would just sit back, the good looking mice who were female, and just get impregnated by all the different males that are coming. That's all they would do. They would more care about making sure they clean themselves and look nice, only to be laid with, to reprocreate. Okay? Everything they did on mice was a project for us. And it says menstruous monsters, read.
2nd Ezra 5, verse 8. There shall be a confusion also in many places, and fire shall be oft sent out again, and wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
And menstruous women, confused women, shall bring forth monsters. And this was their plan through science since slavery. To feminize the men and to target on creating something different in our women. And it's a paradigm that without the Most High would become unbreakable. It would become unbreakable without the laws of God. They sat around and said, how can we use her in particular and train her against her nature, where she'll only follow the master, but can be triggered at any point to destroy the rise of her man. And it wouldn't be her fault. Society would create this. We'll create an environment, a project that started way back in slavery. Right? Now, when we examine the end of their plan was what? Look at your screen. Here's the end of their plan. Look at your screen. What are they turning us into? One might ask. Well, hold on. Let me get it here. Let me get it here. Web. It's one Let me get it here. Yep, window capture. Okay. Okay, I'm pulling it up now. Here it is. Here it is. Now read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. 2 Ezra chapter 5, verse number 8. And there shall be confusion also in many places, and the fire shall be oft sent out again, and the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
So something would happen to creation, and menstruous women will bring forth creatures. So they would target the woman to push the Jews. Through fear, she'll be the one saying, well, no, my child got to get this to go to school. My child got to do this. My child got to do that. Not realizing. And not just, let me make it clear, it's not black women in particular. All women can be driven through fear. But I'm talking about how it affected us. Because Esau has his community in control. The men are running his community. So I need to target on what's going on with stopping us from achieving kingdom, righteousness. So what does this produce? Look at your screen. Chicago, look. Women twerking on Chicago police patrol car. What have they turned us into? Now, to those who are in the media, they think this is funny. All the other races of people, including their women, are looking at this and saying, well, okay, that's normal. That's regular. If the police was to shoot one of these persons, then we'll have Black Lives Matters and everybody marching out talking about, whoa, what's going on? Black injustice, what's happening? But what's going on in a community where you can do whatever you want, knowing there's no consequence? This is how you create something different. Any person on earth who can operate knowing that there is no consequence for their actions are dangerous. And this is what they created so that something can operate amongst us unchecked. That will always be there, an adder in the way to stop us from achieving greatness. Read it again, Elder Lawyer. What are they turning us into? Now, what we are ignoring is some of these people has been chemically induced since going to school. Everyone know that fluoride, thermosol, which is mercury that's in some of this stuff, the liquid metals, it does what? It leaves us in arrested development, which you can grow up, but you'll stay living in a child's mind and you'll make decisions like little children. Now, that's not to excuse these people. But if you think, if this is the product from us following everything they say it to do, what do you think this campaign is going to do to our people? So we're going to talk about that. Read that once more, Elder Lawyer.
2 Ezra chapter 5, verse number 8.
Come on.
There shall be a confusion also in many places.
There shall be a confusion in many places. Man, I don't know what's going on. Well, you want to take it? I don't know. Well, I don't know. Well, is you okay? It's going to be people are going to be indecisive. Not like that young man we talked about when the pepperoni pizza was in front of him, knowing the laws of God, said, well, listen, I'm a man of law. I have boundaries, including what goes in my body. See? People who understand the Bible and God are not confused. So this is for those who choose to serve Satan. Read. Confusion, come on.
And the fire shall be oft sent out again. And the wild beasts shall change their places.
Come on.
And menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
And guess what? There's a lot of events that have been going on in the animal kingdom that hasn't been promoted since this pandemic inundation. One thing is what's going on in the animal kingdom. All the earthquakes and animals displacing themselves, all of that been happening at the same time, folks. And it says menstruous women will bring forth what?
Monsters.
Monsters. You want to see what's going on in the hip hop world? While Amalek will come into our communities and give 360 deals to people that they know are insane. They know these guys are crazy. I need you to rap about Percocets, drugs, and I need you to talk about thoughts and whores and words like that. And guess what? We're gonna Airbnb a mansion and make people believe you live in there. And guess what? You're gonna be flossing. That's right. This is how we're gonna portray the children of Israel: menstruous monsters. And when someone stands up and say, you know what, no more. It is gotten out of hand, and it's time to check this and put everything in order. That those particular people will get immediate pushback. Why? Because the wicked has become the majority voice. That's why. Or those who know better is being shamed into what? Silence. And this is why they feared Israelites. I know everybody out there talking about Kevin Samuels. Let me tell you, a lot of what Kevin Samuels is talking about, Israelites been saying for years. Israelites been saying it for years. That there's a component in our community that's going unchecked, and if they don't check it, the Most High is going to check it with hellfire. And that a judgment is coming for these actions that you're thinking is going on without consequences. Man, just last week there was a scenario where a young lady put something online, folks. Put something online, took a picture of herself in a courtroom and saying, I'm going to get this NIGGER. Talking about a man that she claimed abused her, took a picture and put it on Instagram saying, yeah, I'm going to get this NIGG. Talking about a young man that she had in court. And if it wasn't for that being presented to the judge, that young man would have went to jail. That young man, and this is going on all in our community, folks, unchecked. But no more. Because this juice, what they're doing now, that's going to separate everyone else from us. Read that last piece again.
Yes, sir. 2 Ezra 5, verse number 8. There should be a confusion also in many places.
And we see the confusion. I don't know what to do. Did you do it? Well, I do it. Listen, those who follow God isn't confused at all. People should have been paying attention to the signs, the prophecies. When the Israelites was out there saying that we need to come back to God's law, everyone thought it was a joke. Now, because there's no moral compass, when they stopped everything, when the whole earth stopped, the people who weren't with God were sore afraid. They didn't know what to do. Totally confused because they thought the world was going to go on the same forever. And those that are confused made the wrong choice. It was time where the Most High was saying, correct our families and sisters. It's time to rein it in. It's time to rein it all the way in, because you're no longer this, are you? You're no longer that project that they would make as a ticking time bomb to stop the community from progressing. Yeah, you'll let the media fill your head. I'm educated. I'm independent. I'm this. I'm getting it. I'm getting the bag. Look at your community. No, that's not success. It's failure. If the men aren't leading us through this. Okay. And when I say the men, people say well, men need to step up. Nah, I'm going to tell you right now, it's hard for men to step up without them being called abusers. And now they're turning us into something now. They wanted women in the forefront so that they could, at this time, they wanted the women movement so that all those under her power would make the grave decisions out of fear. And here we are. Here we are. Many people are dying and being utterly destroyed and moved to the wrong side of this, listening to these erratic people who have no understanding. Elder Lawyer, let's go into the different forms of bodies according to 1 Corinthians. Let's go to Corinthians 15. But before you go there, let's go to Matthew 24, where Christ warned us of this, as in the days of Noah.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 24, verse number 36. But of that day and hour...
Right, I'm going to say this too. Matter of fact, I'm going to leave that alone. Go ahead. Say it. Go ahead. Read.
Yes, sir. Matthew 24, verse 36.
Come on.
But of that day and hour knoweth no man. No, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only.
Come on.
But as the days of Noe were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
As the days of Noah, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. What is that coming? Read.
For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noe entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away.
And took them all away. Read.
So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
The end is near. Matthew 24, Elder Lawyer, and 22.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 24, verse 22.
Come on.
And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved.
So what was going on in the days of Noah? If the Most High doesn't shorten the days Satan and Esau has to rule, the synagogue of Satan, who's running the earth through the Vatican, if the Most High didn't shorten their time period to rule, no flesh shall be saved. So that was their plan in the beginning, before the flood. Hence the reason the Most High flooded the earth, because they were looking to destroy all of the Most High's creation. Who were they? The celestial. No flesh would be saved. See? So their plan was to do what? To change the flesh for those who would serve them. New blood. No blood the way the Most High intended from the beginning would make it through here, which are natural people, made from the dust of the ground without what? Chemical intrusions. Which is the image of God. Hence the reason, I said again, why the Most High had to flood the earth, because they were looking to take away everything natural and replace it artificially or kill it off altogether was their plan. And anytime we talk about going natural to live longer or going natural to be real, there's pushback. That tells you in of itself, folks. That tells you in of itself that they're trying to eradicate off of the earth the original image of God. No flesh would be saved. Now let's talk about the different beings or the different forms of bodies on earth. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 15. Come on.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians chapter 15.
Revelation 16, and I want to get that out because, I want to get that word in the. I want to get that word in the Greek. What verse you at, Elder Yurok? 13 through 14. So we 16 and 13, right? Elder Lawyer, I need you to also get Revelation 16 and 13. And then we're going to open up for calls in a moment.
Yes, sir.
All right. The blue letter. Do me a favor. Send that to my phone so I can pull it up in the blue letter. Revelation 16 and 13. I need you also to get that out of the Apocrypha, what we went into in the academy. In 2nd Esdras, Elder Lawyer. Yes, what are they trying to turn us into? Okay, I have the 13th verse. Right? 13 to the end, right? And you're going to send it to my Skype or to my phone? Huh? You could just send me the link and I'll pull up the link. Now, which of the... Are you going to send it to my phone? Okay, great. One moment, folks. I want to make sure I line this up so you can have all the information you need. All right? And you notice when all this broke out and people were confused about the pandemic and everyone else out there were giving you conflicted information on what choices to make, understand how from the beginning, even when it first broke out, because of our confidence in the word of God, our voice stayed singular concerning this. It wasn't well, you can do it if you want to. We've always did it, so there's a choice. You notice that our stance was what? Our stance was, what would Christ do? We were even getting pushbacks by other Israelite groups. And just remember that, because some people like to sweep that under the rugs, that they were actually pushing what's leading to the mark of the beast. But we're not going to allow that to be swept under the rug. Okay? Because anyone in this Bible prophetically would know what time we're in. You can't be telling people we're Israelites and follow the law, and soon as a life-changing event happens, kowtow and begin to now believe the same government that you claim is the devil. That's mixed signals. That's mixed signals. Do you have the truth or don't you? And if you have the truth, stand on it. Don't wait to an event that you see that's going to affect your bottom line or whatever the case is because you want to go to Passover or whatever and say, okay, now let's kowtow to the same white man and the government and all that we call the devil. And listen, now out of all the lies they told us, not telling us we're Israelites, what they're pushing now is the truth. Let's choose this truth so that we can do Passover. Let's listen to the enemy in this event. You got it? You got it, you're out? All right, lawyer, give us the different types of flesh and go to Genesis 6:2, other lawyer.
Yes, sir. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse number 39. All flesh is not the same flesh.
All flesh is not the same flesh. Now remember, I went back to Matthew 24 where it says, Christ must cut their time short lest no flesh be saved. Understand that all flesh isn't the same flesh. So before the flood, there was some who was looking to live beyond, after killing off the Most High's creation. Who? Let's figure it out. Let's go.
All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts,
another flesh of beasts,
another of fishes,
another of what?
Another of fishes,
another of fishes, come on,
and another of birds.
And another of birds. Now let's go into the other bodies. Come on. Now, mind you, the Most High made the separation, and Paul emphasized that because you were never supposed to have a mixture or cross mixture of God's creation. Which means if they got something that have swine in it and part bird in it or part hog in it, that's ancient technology that was made to kill or destroy God's flesh. That's cross splicing. And this is what they were doing before the flood. See? See, the Bible crack all the codes so that you're not confused to what time we're in making these decisions. When someone talking about, well, swine, or a bat connected with this at a market, and now that spread it to people. What they're not telling you is, and it's coming out in some of these emails of Fauci and all that, is about the laboratories where different things were being cross-spliced. The Bible breaks this down. It's a sign on what to avoid and now know how to prepare, because what? They're making monstrous monsters. They're creating something that was made pre-flood. It's nothing new. It's the same thing they did before the Most High destroyed the earth through the deluge. Come on, other lawyer. Let's go. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 40. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial.
There's also what?
Celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial.
There's celestial bodies, which are what? Celestial are angelic bodies. Now, this is what Paul, listen to what Paul is breaking down here. We're not the only bodies or beings on earth. Read that again.
There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial.
And bodies terrestrial. And bodies terrestrial, which is what? Which is what? Let me straighten this out here. Bodies celestial and bodies terrestrial. Terrestrial are the bodies that were made like Adam, Eve, and all the children who would come from these two, that were made from the dust of the ground. Well, folks, when Adam was made, he wasn't alone on earth. There was already a fall where the celestial beings were living and came out of the ice. The ice was a congealed ball of ice that subsided through time, through time, when the Most High made the seas and all that, the celestial were already here. Now, I go into it in detail in the academy. These are the true rulers over your politicians, over the earth. And they're trying to turn people to be used for what? You got it. For their plan, knowing Christ is coming. Now, I'm going to break it down to a degree that you can all understand, on the lowest degree. Go to Genesis, the 6th chapter, and I'm going to show you how they're using this stuff, this serum that they're going to put in people, so that you can actually be inseminated or now become a part of their plan. Christ has a body and Satan has a body. But Satan's body is artificial. So he must artificially bring you into one mind. By doing what? That's right. You got it. Metallicizing. He must inseminate you into the program by the injection of metals. And these metals are smart metals that connects to your neural senses. Okay? And when certain things happen in this world, people are going to think you're crazy or on drugs, but it's really going to be what's going on between your ears. Now that you've been inseminated into a program to be controlled. And eventually, it's going to lead all people someplace. Together, those that survive, those that are left here that have taken the stuff, will be moved somewhere according to the Bible, and I'm going to show you tonight. I will show you tonight. Hey, Yarack, this is it, right? In blue letter? Okay, let me blow this up so I can show them. Here it is right here, right? And this comes directly from the one in the book of Revelation, right? Okay. Now, let's talk about this now, right? Hold that, elder lawyer. And let's now go to the book of Genesis, the 6th chapter, in the first verse.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 6, verse number 1.
And understand, they no longer have to talk about Bill Gates or Fauci. They're going to burn those assets because they have already accomplished what they needed to do with those two. Okay? They showed that farce marriage with the Gates because it was all put together as a package to get certain stuff into African countries. It was a media ploy under the guise of philanthropy. I'm telling you, all of these are, like I said, sorcerers, folks. So now that they've accomplished what they wanted to do with these guys, they can put them to the side now, and it's now moving into their next priest, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is their next priest they want to use because they've already utilized everyone through fear to get something in them. Now, how can we control what's in them? Is the next phase. How can I control the Frankensteins we've created? Right? Elder Lawyer, let's read Genesis 6, and then we're going to get Revelation 16. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 6, verse number 1.
Yes.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair.
These sons of God in the Bible are angels. Whoever want to believe it's something else, believe what the Catholic Church false doctrine told you. These sons of God are angels that came down on Mount Hermon. The true leaders over governments. The true leaders who were leading Nimrod to build a tower into space. And it wasn't just a tower. It was an antimatter Stargate. 7 years ago, and I showed this in the academy, 7 years ago, through the 364-day schedule, NASA figured out all the gates that are around the earth. To do what? To go through portals, to go into where God is, the side of the north, because he was hurled from there. In Isaiah the 14th chapter, it says, "How have thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How was you cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations?" But then he promised that he would go back into the north, the sides of the north, and sit amongst the congregation of the Almighty. That's NASA. NASA linked up with Esau the same way Nimrod linked up with Satan. The whole plan was to get all of Noah's children, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, in one mind to use their energy, their spirit, through religion, through belief, to catapult Satan back out there. That's right. Your spirit is energy for these angels. What I'm dropping, I deal with even more detail in the academy, but I'm just going to give you an overview to show you what's going to happen with the people who got the stuff. Who got the stuff, folks. They don't even realize the choices they made. They have no idea. They think it's just about your job. You're going to lose your job anyway. Then what? You're going to be stuck with the stuff that you thought would secure it. Okay? You're going to lose your job and still have the stuff in you. And I'm going to show you what's going to happen to you. Let's go now.
Yes, sir. Say the book of Genesis, chapter 6, verse number 2.
Come on.
That the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
Come on.
There were giants in the earth.
Now, when you deal with that 120 years, I've broken this down in Secrets of the Times. That 120 years breaks down to what? 120 jubilees. 6,000 years. A jubilee is 50. 120 times 50 is 6,000 from the time of Adam and his sin to Christ judging the earth. That's the time that the Most High would cut short, or no flesh would be saved. 6,000 years from the sin of Adam. Hey, this is why the Most High gave us that 364-day calendar for prophecy. To live and tell you what we're telling you right now. Come on, Elder Lawyer, let's do it.
Yes, sir. Verse number 4. There were giants in the earth in those days.
Now, when you look in the Hebrew, it says what? Nephilim, Nephalium, a new being, a new flesh. This is what happens when you have what? An intertwining of people and what? Celestial DNA. How can they artificially, through our technology today, turn people into Nephilim? Having something into your cell that makes you into a new being. Now, you still have the memory and the mindset and all that of who you are because you still exist. But you have now morphed into something more without knowing. Your body's changing. Your mind is changing. You are becoming Nephilim. Look up the word Nephilim. It's the changing of flesh. Now, it happened before the flood, and it's happening now artificially. No sooner as it all broke out last year, everyone was in the homes, and when we came back outside, we noticed 5G towers everywhere. Well, guess what? That's right. It's going to connect to the metals that's in the people. That's right. You're now being connected to Satan's body. Nephilim. This is what people have deemed through predictive programming for a long time, the zombie apocalypse. Follow what I'm showing you. Following what I'm telling you. The confused people will be the used people. Nephilim. There's nothing new under the sun. And Christ told us, as in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. If Christ said, if you want to know what they're doing that will lead to my coming, what they did before my God destroyed the fallen ones and their children in the flood. Look back then, and it'll tell you what they're doing now. See, I'm not confused concerning it. If you are of Christ and believe in this Bible and understand God's word, you're not confused. And Satan cannot push any science on you if you believe in God, because the Most High warned us of their science. Paul even wrote to Timothy and say, listen, ignore their false science. It's an enemy to our people. Ignore their false science. They will trick you through science. And what better trick than to turn you into something else? Huh? What are they turning us into? You seen those girls dancing and all that? I'm going to tell you, because I'm going to tell you, it's up here, folks. They've been messing with the minds of our people. Not just our people, but this is their end game. This is their end game. You know, I'm not even out there trying to tell people, don't do this no more and don't do that no more. If people don't fall in the line of the Most High and what the Most High say, guess what? Time and chance happened to all men. Noah prophesied before the ark came, and then there was no more talking. Because some of these people are set in their ways. And the more you come against them, the greater enemy they'll become. If people making choices outside of God, it's time for us to separate ourselves, because the Bible tells us what they become. And what do they become? Elder Lawyer, get Revelation 16 and 15. Start at 13. Revelation 16 and 13. And then we're going to go. I have the blue letter up too. I have the blue letter up because I have to show you what it means in the blue letter. And which word are we showing in particular, Elder Yirach? Wonder. The miracle. Where it talks about the miracle. What miracle? We're going to show you what it is in the Greek. It was prophesied. Christ showed John on the Isle of Patmos a miracle. The miracle. And that's the time we're living in now. What was that miracle? Revelation 16 and 13. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Revelation 16, verse 13.
Read.
And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet.
Now, the false prophet is someone is a teacher of lies, a confuser. Right? Read.
For they are the spirits of devils.
They're the spirit of devils.
Working miracles.
Working miracles.
Which go forth unto the kings of the earth.
That means the leaders of the earth. Everyone must get on board. Read.
And of the whole world, to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty.
To gather them. To gather them, the people who choose to believe those miracles, to the battle of the great day of God Almighty. Now, I'm going to show you on eSword the word. The word here. So you can all follow us real quick. This is going to blow you all away here. Right? Put it here right there in the middle so you all can see it. So you all can see it. And when you look at the word miracle right here, when you look at the word miracle, miracles, that comes from the Greek word, Greek 4592, Samion. Samion is what? An indication, a miracle, sign, token, or wonder, right? Well, let's get a little more detail. Let's get a little more detail here. Let's go into the blue letter. The blue letter says for miracle, same word, miracle. Samion, what it says?
Strong's G, 4592, Samion.
Samion. Samion. Samion, the same word in the book of Revelation says what? That is a sign or a mark, a token. It's a mark, folks, of Satan, that by which the person or a thing distinguished from others and is known. It separates Satan's from Christ's. It's a sign or a mark or a token. Then it says for B, a sign, a prodigy portent, an unusual occurrence transcending the common course of nature, turning you from what you naturally are into something else. Signs portending remarkable events soon to happen, of miracles and wonders by which God authenticates the men sent by him. That's a whole nother thing. But the whole word is this one here. This is the one you have to see. Simeon, from Achilles or Herodicus down in Hebrew, a sign, mark, or token, universally, that by which a person or a thing is distinguished from others and known. And known. You tell everyone else you got it. And is known. It distinguishes you and it changes you. A sign or a mark. Now, there's more. Let's go back to the book of Revelation. Elder Lawyer. Let's go back to the book of Revelation. Right?
Yes, sir.
And pick up where you left off on the 14th verse, Elder Lawyer, if you will.
Yes, sir. Revelation 16, verse number 14. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world.
And of the whole world. To do what?
To gather them to the battle of the great day of God Almighty.
To gather them together against what? Of the what?
To gather them to the battle of the great day of God Almighty.
Of that great day of God Almighty. These people are going to be moved into a war against the Almighty. Not just regular people, the army who takes this stuff. And all of the governments and the presidents had to comply during the fear campaign last year, where all the kings of the earth must put everyone on board in agreement. For what, Elder Lawyer? Revelation 16 and 16?
Yes, sir. Verse number 16. And he gathered them together into a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon.
Armageddon. Now, we broke down in the academy the satanic ritual that's around the Kaaba stone, around the Vatican, Stonehenge. How there's what? One mind to operate together to open up what? Where people would work together and march around certain things to open up portals. So Satan is inseminating people with certain technology to help him against our God. Now, there's more detail concerning this. This study in of itself is like a 3-hour study. I'm just giving you just a little bits and pieces of it because I'm going into the Battle of Armageddon week 12 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. But I needed to show you how they were going to include people into this war for Satan against God. You notice all the majority of people who's choosing to do this are against the laws, statutes, and commandments of God. They've been soldiers for Satan the whole time. Okay, so Satan is saying, well, okay, before you repent and change your mind, I'm moving you all the way into the body so I can utilize you as a resource. Listen to this, but you must make a choice voluntarily to get it in you first. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, now What happens now that they have the stuff in them? Right? I need you now to go where we left off at in the Apocrypha real quick.
Yes, sir. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse number 8.
Come on.
And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him.
Now hold up, because it says the miracle was the people, right, who have this mark, who have the stuff in them, to be gathered to the battle of Armageddon against God. Now we're going into the Apocrypha where they're gathered. Read.
And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid.
Why are they so afraid? But yet, are they going to run though? If you are afraid, normally one would run. But they're so afraid and do what, Elder Lawyer?
And yet durst fight.
But they fight anyway. They fight anyway. Why? Because they don't have full power over their capacity. They're going to be moved into a winless battle with the God they have served in earth through their immorality. Now you can't back up now. You've enjoyed and indulged with Satan's world. You have chosen his world over the world to come. Satan was like, no, I'm playing for keeps. You're not going to repent and become one of those Israelites and fight and have that spirit fight against me. No. Your spirit will be used for me to get out of here. Okay? So it has nothing to do with a cold, folks. It has nothing to do with the flu. It has everything to do with scaring people to get it in you. Let's read it again, Elder Lawyer.
2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse number 8. After this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid.
They were sore afraid, but what?
And yet durst fight.
But they're going to fight anyway. They're going to be led, controlled. And then what happens? Come on.
Verse 9. And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came.
He saw the what?
As he saw the violence of the multitude that came.
That's right. Y'all seen the Apocalypse Z? World War Z? You notice how they were all in the middle near the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem together, the zombies? What were they showing in the movie? The Battle of Armageddon. They're going to be running in violence, uncontrollable violence, because they're being controlled from up here. Read.
After this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, and yet durst fight.
But they're going to fight anyway. Read.
And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war.
It says Christ is not going to use any instrument of war as he's seen the violence coming against him. These are Satan's people who have been turned into something else, being controlled to fight for him. Come on.
It says, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war. But only I saw that he sent out his mouth, or out of his mouth, as it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempests.
Now, a lot of people will say, I will never fight against Christ. That ain't me. Look at our communities. How long have you been fighting against Christ already? How long has our people been fighting against Christ already by denying him? So don't try to claim all of a sudden, I would never do this, because Christ says, if you did this to the least of my little ones, you've done it unto me. You've been fighting against me and my people. and how we interact with our families, how we disrespect one another, how we disrespect the order of God. God, Holy Spirit, Son, man, woman, child. We are out of order with Christ. So don't try to claim now, well, even though I made this choice because of my job or my boss, guess what? Your boss is going to be running there like a goddamn zombie too, out of his mind, fighting against our Lord and Savior. And you know what? This is how it ends. The choices you're making now, Christ says, listen, if you did it to the least of my little ones, you've done it unto me. You've always fought against me. Look at your life. Look at your communities. And now you claim you're down with me? No, you fight for the God you've always served. That's what you do. Get it if you believe in him. Choose them over me. Elder Lawyer, anything before we open up the calls? What are they turning us into? What are they? Look at our people. This is what they're turning. We don't have a community. We are a project that cannot be corrected, who refuse to be corrected. But guess what? The correction has come because Satan is playing for keeps. It was a target of the elderly. Now they working their way down, and by the time school come around, it'll be your children. You have little children running around looking out of their minds, looking to fight with blood coming out of them, coming after Christ. This is what's going to go down, folks. People are going to be mad out of their minds, like the God they serve, Satan, Lucifer, the fallen one. Here we go. Here we go. What are they turning us into? The answer, in a nutshell, Nephilim. Children of the devil. That's what they're turning the people into. And it didn't just start with the juice, with the inoculations. They had to first get our minds to a certain level of degradation to accept what they're doing now. A long process, but guess what? We're here. You got people with degrees and all that who think they are intelligent and think they're smart, when God said the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. You should have checked with him first. Your degrees ain't going to help you. Your education isn't going to help you. If you're not right with God and make these choices, guess what, folks? There is no middle ground. There's no wait and see which side to be on. Nah, it's not going to be like that. If you try to go in the middle, guess what? If you're lukewarm, you're spewed out. What are they turning people into? Nephilim. And when you get this stuff in you, you will never be the same. So they're not even going to have to try to convince you to get the RFID chip after this. They're going to have to. You're already in the program. You're going to just go down there voluntarily and get it. Okay? Because why? That will be to fix some of your side effects. Okay? That will be to fix some of your side effects. So everyone, you're going to go get the chip so that you can live a quasi-regular quality of life. Okay, that's how, and I'm saying it right now. I made sure I recorded this on my computer so that even if it's gone one day, I have it. I'm going to have us upload it to Patreon and keep this. So it's not going to be about you making a choice for the RFID choice, because this is the choice that make it where you won't have a choice. This choice, and think about this. How many people have siblings, husband, wives, where one didn't take it and the other did? Okay, this is how wild these things are going to get. You wake up and the person you next to is sleepwalking up and down the steps. You running around with all types of knives and stuff in their hands. You like, yo, what's going on? Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to get wild. And you know what? No one is, especially if you've been listening to us, no one going to be able to use the excuse that you weren't told. Some people out there went and did it. Why? Just to prove everyone else wrong. Well, being simple as a day's old. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get it just to see. Okay. Or I'm going to get it to spite you because I know what you believe. And because I hate the spirit you're walking in. And you know, usually those who hate the truth has the devil in them already. These are they that's going to be like, well, you know what? I'm going to get it anyway to spite you. And that's the spirit that's in them. But when you rock with this and we started going over certain information, we started looking at this and like, whoa. The people aren't going to have a choice after this. Whoa. Because you're going to be controlled. That's what your 5G towers, your phone, the technology, everything in your home, everything that's running through technology will be linked with you. Everything. It ain't no Alexa anymore, all that. No, you are part of the technology in your home. Here we go. And wait till they ramp that 5G up. It's going to be total chaos. And with the chaos, for those they look to get rid of or feel that aren't useful, they'll be able to rip that thing up and have you act a fool out there. And by acting a fool, now the government got full autonomy to take you down in broad daylight because you're acting out, running around, stabbing people or doing something stupid. Uncontrollable. This is how they're going to be able to do it, folks, and have the clear right, the right to stand in defense against a lunatic. Mark, watch what we're saying here. Nephilim is where we're going. Man, we got almost $4,000 up in here. All praises be to the Most High. Make sure you support. Make sure you support the knowledge because we're going into many studies. Right there, Snapchat. No, not Snapchat, but we have what you would call, the Cash App. $ GOCC 144 donate. Support the work. We're going into many studies. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. Make sure you support the work we have up there. And man, if you don't have Cash App, find another way to help because we're going to need to self-sustain. Support our brothers and sisters on the GOCC network. Shout out. We're going to have it where all the churches make their own garden so that when they hike up the food, we'll still be able to feed each other. And those who are making choices like us, who are following the Most High and are not falling for this crap, is going to need some substance. We're going to take whatever we can financially and put it into something tangible so that there'll be food, something useful for our people when they begin to pull the plug. So it's what we do now in support is what I'm saying. We're going to also move this campaign all over the earth where brothers and sisters are making farms, growing food. I'm growing food. The church is here growing food, and we're doing it all over the earth because we see the signs. And with that food, we'll be able to sustain our people. So make sure you support. Okay. Anything y'all would like to talk about? Especially we unbagged so much. I thank you, Elder REI and Brother Malak for coming on. I want to show people we have many talents. Bless the family in Ohio who's standing up, who was forced to eat pork. And unfortunately, those people had to lose their job, but they were made an example of. I've covered that earlier. And hey, you hate anyone. You don't want anyone to lose their livelihood, but hey, you're coming against the children of God. But then they brought in the spinners from all these other yellow journalistic organizations to try to quasi-demonize the brother by linking him into some canned story about Israelites coming into a Hasidic community. We're not going for that. And we're going to look at that as defamation and understand that any circulation try to tie us or our people to those stories, it's liable. Just deal with the story. You don't got to attach us to people we don't know. Like I said, I'm going to put that out there too. That's like, just like saying all Germans are Hitler and all white people are KKK. So you can't say all Israelites hate people and all that. Every time they talk about Israelites, and yet there's truth and righteousness that is being portrayed, they're going to sully someone's image by pulling in some canned story about some person who has nothing to do with us and can't be proven that he's linked to any Israelites. We're not dealing with that no more. We're standing up. If they want to attack our image and try to make us look negative, we're going to push back against the devil and his agents. I hope you all have been edified. Let's open up the lines. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to call you right back. Now that brothers and sisters know the truth of what all this is, it's time to make a choice. Get linked in with your closest chapter. Link in with the church. Be baptized. Pray together. We are doing some great things as a body. Okay? And if you got the Jim Jones juice, listen, all due respect, we'll pray for you, but we will suggest that you stay at home and continue to learn online. It wasn't our fault, and it ain't our people's fault that you've been magnetized. Okay? All due respect, we have to protect those who weren't confused and are looking to serve the living God. Okay? So if you took the Jim Jones juice already, or what they call the V, or whatever they call that out there, guess what? That's your choice. That's your business. It's against God, and you are turning. You are turning. Okay? All right, the lawyer. I don't know. Did Gabar say he wanted to come in? I didn't know. Let's see. Did he? He didn't say anything. Gabar, if you out there, if you want to say anything, it's open for that. I just wanted to make sure each week I'm bringing brothers and sisters with different talents to promote the positivity of being an Israelite. Like the brother mentioned earlier, they were looking to ambush, they would stick up kids, looking to steal drugs from others and all that criminality. And now they are priests of the Most High God. But yet none of these media circulations, ESPN and all that, aren't talking about these positive stories. How Israelites are helping families and bringing down crime in our communities. So you know what? I'm not looking for the devil to promote anything but debauchery. Because that's all they incentivize. It's upon us to do what? Present the righteous image according to the word. And break the curse. And point out the menstruous monsters and those that are really enemies who have been made into monsters to destroy our people. We're going to point them out and separate ourselves from them too. That's all it is. Let me open up the lines and I'll call you right back, Elder Lawyer, okay?
Yes, sir.
My brother. Shalom.
Shalom.
Very informative broadcast. There go Elder Lawyer. I'm going to bring you back with the conference. Okay, let's see. On the screen, you can call in. And there was a Muslim who made some comments on our page talking about whatever concerning we're wrong by claiming that your religion is satanic. And we broke it. We actually broke down in the academy this Sunday that they're doing a ritual to open up gates around that Kaaba stone. And let's make this clear. That Kaaba stone have nothing to do with Abraham. It has nothing to do with Adam. That Kaaba stone was moved from Rome into Africa. Then later it resurfaced in Mecca. Okay. As what? The rock that fell. The rock of Atura or Semiramis. The virgin mother of Nimrod is being worshipped at the Kaaba stone. Okay. And certain times of night and all that, they walk around. They do a witchcraft walk around the portal to open up spirits at Mecca. And we broke that down. It didn't start with Islam too. It started way back in ancient Babylon. So that Muslim who left the message, you can call in too, and you can say, I'm that Muslim. And we can talk about this. Okay? We can talk about this, how you hijack the Abrahamic religion and twisted it into a new religion called Islam. And guess what? Originally, it was called Persian mythology. You are a Babylonian sorcerer. That's who you are coming into our communities, bringing your demons with you. So I'll tell you what, if you are a Muslim and have something to say and you think you bringing the truth, I'm going to start talking about your religion before Muhammad was born. Do you have an answer for that? Can you tell us what it was before Muhammad was born? And if you can't, stay off our comment page and understand you're out of your league. Because I can tell you what was going on in that area before Muhammad was on the earth. I can tell you what family he came from out of the 12 princes. And I can even take you back to when his father made an agreement with Esau to take the riches from Jacob, our father. And your devil father was there. Not Ishmael, one of the sons of Ishmael. He was there and convinced Esau to take the money instead of the land. So how far you want to go back? All right. So if you want to talk about Islam, I'm going back before Muhammad. And if you can't, button up. Okay. Now, 712-451-0439. Okay. That's right. Hey, if you want the smoke, you can get it. All right. I'm open for it tonight. All right. 712-451-0439. And if you would like to get in, of course, you would hit the access 168934. All right. So Elder Lawyer, I'm going to call in real quick and I'll bring you back. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Ramar, I'm calling now, and I hope, you can pull me right through. A great broadcast tonight. I can take calls for about 30 minutes, and then we'll see how it goes, okay? And again, thank you all for your support. And I'm thinking about at least I'm thinking about it, a morning show for at least 30 minutes to an hour. So when people are going to work or whatever, they can be inundated with certain key information. They'll have the music in between, but drop in truth for at least 1 hour or two with a morning show. I'm thinking about that. So I think that'll be nice. So I'm really contemplating that. So let's see. Okay, there it is. 1 second.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping
Right. All right. All right, Ramar, I'm live and direct. Okay, Ramar, I'm live, okay? Okay, we're good. Shalom. How are you doing, Ramar? Oh, we got Elder Ramar on the line real quick. Of course, we got to clap you up in here. Are there any statements you have on the broadcast in particular, or you just going to open up the lines? Okay. Yeah. Came a long way, didn't it? But go ahead. Go ahead. Hold on. They can't hear you. They can't hear you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. They can hear you now. I'm sorry about that, folks. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring some precepts real quick, and then you can expound on them. I'll just briefly touch on them. But dealing with the, what are they turning us into, and the magnetization and the magnetizing. But when you go to Daniel chapter 2,
okay,
verse 41,
yep,
it reads, it says, and whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And then verse 43 reads, and whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men.
They shall mingle themselves. Oh, they will mingle with the seeds of men by metallicizing the people.
Yes, sir.
Whoa, come on.
And it finishes out, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. So there's your, metallic, magnetism right there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're magnetizing people by mixing them with liquid metal, and it's going into their bloodstream. So here it is. That's the seed of Nephilim. What else you have? Big time.
Oh, no, that was it. I was just, again, wanting to shout out, Elder AHAYAH and Brother Malak. Those brothers came a long way. Been doing music and works for the church behind the scenes, for over a decade now. So it's good to see those brothers get their just due. I know they put that video together themselves that we watched earlier. All done, looked very professional, and that was, I think, Malak's first time doing that. So
yeah, they did a great job.
The brothers are gifted.
Yeah, and you notice that Amalek will never promote anything like that, even though we wouldn't want him to. But they put money. Molly Percocet, Molly Percocet. They Esau get behind that. But anything talking about royalty, right, honoring men, us start acting like buffoons and fools. You know what I mean? They got Lizzo acting out. She done lost her mind with some of the stuff she put on. I'm like, is there any shame anymore? Then you got women talking about WAP and all that. Yeah, wet and all. I'm like, yo. But if you talk about a positive Israelite, a young man who's intelligent, not only in this world's education, but follows God and follow commandments. Now, when they talk about him, even though he was bullied by the powers that be in school, because he was an Israelite, that's what it came down to. He had influence. They wanted to make an example of the young man. And instead of championing a strong black man who would stand up against the system, they wanted them bring in some rabbis and some black woman we don't even know to try to give a spin on what they claim we believe. No more. You see, they brought in Amalek, the synagogue of Satan, along with a black woman who would agree to tear down Israelites. We ain't going for it no more. We don't know this chick. And that's what she is, a demonic Jezebel. And it's time we start standing up and putting it where it's at. Get in your place, woman. Okay? Thank you, brother. All right, let's go. Let's go to. Hey, it was great. Let's open up the calls now.
We have the 478 area code. You're live.
Yeah.
Hello.
Shalom. How are you?
I'm great. I'm blessed. This is Sister Barbara from Georgia. You had Sister Tamika to call me. I am so thankful for that. She is a wonderful spirit. I think we talked 30 minutes. But I want to say thank you to all of you for getting me into the next academy in July.
All praise be to the Most High.
I feel so blessed. I feel so blessed. And your teaching tonight, we were just talking about the bears coming into the city. We've had sightings here of bears coming into the city, snakes coming on the highway, alligators on the highway. I mean, it's just so much of what you were talking about happening right now.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why these people's eyes aren't open, but I'm glad mine was open.
Well, sister, thank you.
Elder.
You're welcome, sister. We're gonna put you on hold because your phone is a little interference there, but I got what you said. I really appreciate it. All right, let's go to the next call. Oh yeah, I want to say this before you get the next call, Sister Diane. I want to say, everyone must stay within the area that they live. Okay. When I come to Texas, we'll visit you there, and we'll deal with you when I actually visit there. But for baptism, whatever the case, initially, if you're from Texas, you must link in with the body from Texas. And I'm saying that to everywhere, wherever you are, it's not time to displace yourself or move somewhere. Hold tight and link in with the elders and deacons in your particular area, and you'll be guided that way. All right. Let's go to the next one. Next call.
803 area code. You're live.
And let me know if that Muslim want to come on in and bring in his false doctrine. and if he come in, if the guy say he's Muslim, we'll put him at the top. Okay. All right. Who's next?
Shalom, Elder. This is brother Thomas from. I just moved up from West Palm Beach. I was part of that body. With the Boynton Beach body, but we just moved up here to South Carolina, and we were looking to get involved with the church over here, me and my fiance, and we were looking to get baptized as well.
Okay.
But I wanted to give my testimony. Ever since I came into this truth in November, at first my life wasn't going in the right direction. We was on the verge of getting kicked out of our house, and things were going really bad, in all honesty. In November, one morning, my fiance put on one of your sermons, and it was just like it spoke to me. It drew me in. I started doing my research on it. I started watching the videos and going deep into depth, and the Most High has changed my life for the better. And I wasn't able to buy what I needed, wasn't able to get around how I needed. I was working, and I was going nowhere. And ever since, my life has been abundantly and just a lot better. And I just wanted to thank you. All praise to the Most High, because there's so many times I could have ended up dead being from South Florida. There's plenty of instances where I almost was taken, but He has a plan for my life, and I thank y'all for teaching this truth, because y'all really bringing people out of the world and seeing the light and getting into that word, man. I really appreciate y'all.
Man, all praises be to the Most High, and thank you, brother. And it's going to be, let me tell you, it's going to be wonderful having you a part of the body, man. But understand, you must endure. You must endure. Never look back, and never look. Understand where you came. And this is what keep me grounded, right? I understood where I came from, what's back there, and Satan could never convince me that there's something back there. Okay? He could never make me believe there's something better outside of what I'm a part of right now. So you're going to have ups and downs, but brother, keep your eyes singularly focused on the kingdom. Don't be swayed left or right. Many naysayers, many people are going to come and going to be like, listen. And this is what I say when it comes to brothers. When it comes to sisters. Let me tell you. When it comes down to it, if it didn't happen to me and this person didn't do this to me, I'm not taking in any negative. I was talking to my brother today, and I made a statement, and I don't know where it came from, but it was in the spirit of the Most High. I told my brother, my little brother, I'm like, brother, there's two types of people in this earth: winners and losers. How do you know the two? Winners are in Christ. You can identify a loser because a loser do what? Accuse and make excuses.
Oh yeah.
You can always find someone who's meant to lose because they have to have a built-in excuse on why there's no progression. So they become professional accusers. It's someone's fault, or making excuses so that people don't see what it is. If you are in Christ, you win. Okay? That means as a man, like you did today talking, you don't make no excuses.
Yes, sir.
You pick up your plow and you do the work that Christ have entrusted in you. And there's no excuses. Yes, you can find a loser. A loser is always someone accusing or making excuses. Okay? So if you're going to win, understand Christ couldn't have no excuse when it came to Calvary. He knew he had to bear that cross. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So if you know the two and understand, because Satan have did something in our community or amongst our people where it think it's okay. People can sympathize because you have excuses. No. The excuse means you're not going to improve. Or if something happened to me in my past. Oh, that's why you can't excel. Excuses and accusers are the losers. The winners win. And that's what Christ shows us, right? And just remember that. Let's go to the next call.
Yes, sir.
.502 area code, you're live.
Can you hear me?
Yes, blessings.
All right. My name's Sean from the Kentucky body. So I'm
bless you.
Wanted to speak. Okay. Water. Wanted to speak towards something you was bringing out earlier about the power of this truth. I was reading in the Willie Lynch letter. I just want to read an excerpt from it, if that's okay, and then you elaborate on it.
No, go ahead. You got the floor. Just go ahead. You got a couple of minutes. Let it rock. Let it go. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. So it reads, warning, possibly interlooping negativity. Earlier, we talked about the non-economic good of the horses in the Hebrews in their wild and nature state. We talked out of the principles of breaking and trying them together with orderly production. Furthermore, we talking about paying particular attention to the female savage and her offspring's orderly future plannings. Then more recently, we stated that by reversing the position of the male and female savages, we had created an orbiting cycle that turns on its own axle forever until this phenomenon occurred and reshifted the position of the male and female savage. And this is the key part. And like I said, I want you to, if you will, Elder, elaborate on it.
Yeah.
It states, our excerpts warn us about the possibility of this phenomenon occurring. For they say the mind has a strong drive to correct and recorrect itself over a period of time. If it can touch a substantial original historical base. So that was the key part right there. I'm going to read that again.
Say that again.
And I'm going to let you elaborate. It says, if it can touch a substantial original historical base, and they advised us that the best way to deal with the phenomenon is to shave off the brute mental history, create a multiplicity of phenomena of illusions, that each illusion can twirl into its own orbit, something similar to floating balls in a vacuum.
So
they knew that this phenomenon would happen of us awakening, and it would break the cycle and lead us into, being who we're supposed to be as a nation. So you reiterated this all throughout the years. So that's all I wanted to bring, Elder.
Man, I thank you for bringing that, because in that the Willie Lynch letters, it said that there would be a phenomenon. The phenomenon is given the keys brothers and sisters need historically that will give an explanation for our condition. And no one has, and guess what? There's many people who do a great job. Like, I look at Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors, where it give you certain history of where black people were prominent throughout different times while under white oppression. All that stuff is good. But the groundbreaking history is when our people realize that we're Israelites. That's the only real-time understanding that will now give us peace. Why? Because now we know that God had a hand in all this due to disobedience. And by knowing that, it's something that we can actually fix. Just knowing history is not enough to give us the information to fix our error. We have to know, okay, now I have a book in which I can go into the history of the children of Israel and see where we went wrong, not with the white man or other people, but with our God. The other nations would have you just blame white people in other nations, because that's a circular argument. You're fighting an unseen hand. When, if you look at it through history, the real battle was between us and our God by sinning against him. That was the real fight. Okay? That's what led to a down spiral to a degree in where the other nations could now take advantage of us. So when you break down that hit Willie Lynch, is deep, because it goes down to giving people the history to why we were left out like this without help. And this is the phenomenon, us being Israelites, where now I don't got to blame a white man, because me blaming a white man isn't going to fix me, isn't going to fix our families or community. It's what we did against God. That's the history that must be, that must resurface as the answer to our people. But thank you, brother. That was a great, I really appreciate that. That was a great excerpt you took out from the Willie Lynch. But this is what breaks the Willie Lynch. Knowing we're Israelites. That's why they made this canned story about something happened where some Israelites did something, when there's no history that Israelites did anything to Jewish people. Nowhere. There's no tie at all in that. And because I've checked with, there's no group who know anything about some people in their church who did that. Because if that was so, they would have actually had the name of the group of Israelites. They're waiting for something like that to happen, so that they can now demonize a group. That's how you know it's all journalistic. It's straight up hit pieces, yellow journalism to demonize people. Okay, I wanted to put that out there. But go on. They just won't let us alone. They want to try to explain what we've explained already when it comes to Israelites. We don't need no experts, no African-American studies. We don't need a retired rabbi to roll out of his chair and tell us what he think this is. We've said what this is. We're God's people. We're the Israelites who have suffered the curses. And if we stop sinning and stop hurting each other and come back to God, we win. That's it. The kingdom, once we realize the power in ourselves that was bestowed upon us through our God. That's the power. Not looking for validation through white people. What's next? Thank you, brother.
216 area code, you're live.
His brother James Elder Ricard, oh my God, I've been trying to get in contact with you. First thing I want to say is you got to make that morning show happen. Let's get it. Looking forward to that. And
praise the Most
I'm looking
High.
forward to meeting you too. We got so much in common. And, man, I just want to really say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the edification. I personally do not know where I would be if I would have never came across you and Elder Lawyer. And I'm currently in my 5th academy. And in some capacity, I really just want to help build the church. I've been blessed by the Most High over my life. He's had his hands on me, and I know I've had a hedge of protection over time as well. And I need to be baptized. I'm willing to drive to Philly if I have to. We have no church here. I'm out of Indy. And I just want to be part of potentially starting one up if there's plans in the works. I've been linked with Deacon Gabar out of Columbus. And I really would just like for you to call me at another time so we can speak a little bit further about potentially starting something here. But tonight, I would love to sponsor 2 people to get an academy.
Okay. Praise the Most High.
I'll send over the cash app as soon as we wrap up the call. But man,
well,
I thank you so much.
We don't do well when it comes to the academy. We have to keep that separate from the cash app. The cash app is just donations to help the broadcast, and like we're going to extend the broadcast for morning shows and things of that nature, further research, literature, all that type of stuff. So, but if you want to actually help sponsor someone, that's a separate email to send. All right, you would.
I got you.
So you just.
I want to listen.
So you would
get linked.
You would convey those details to Elder Ramar with the phone number, and we'll call you separately for that.
All right, I appreciate that. But yeah, Elder, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everything you do. You guys, man, y'all are changing lives and saving souls, and I know I'm one of them.
Most High.
So, thank you so much.
And what was your name, brother?
Okay,
Brother James.
James. Okay, gotcha.
Brother James, get his info now. All right.
Got him.
Thank you, Elder Lawyer. All right, who's next? Man, I mean, the Most High is waking his people up. And you know what? I thank the Most High that the Most High brought this truth in which we're walking and instilling, in people the gospel of Christ, right? The true doctrine on how to walk with the word, because they cannot demonize us. Are we perfect? No, we're not perfect. But we're doing everything we can to reach perfection in Christ. And I'm glad this church was set up like Peter's church, like Christ's church set up through Peter, so that they cannot use systematic racism to actually cross the signals of what being an Israelite is. They don't have the narrative. An Israelite aren't people that hate white people. That's how it's actually looked upon by those who aren't willing to actually take the time, the respectful time, to understand what prophecy looks like. Okay, they would rather simplify things by saying, okay, they're the ones, they're the black KKK. We don't have the power to be KKK. The KKK had the power because these were government powerful people in white sheets executing and going against black people, to keep us marginalized and destroyed, second-class citizens. We don't have the power to be compared to the KKK. So that's all a bunch of lies and media spin. All right. A matter of fact, it was what? It was, that's right, the Scottish and York Rite Freemasons who created the KKK. Okay, it's a fraternity. So don't try to compare this awakening to something y'all created to destroy black people. This is to awaken. This is to help people. So I'm glad this church is set up to a degree where people are understanding. It's becoming wide known that all races of people are welcome into this truth. Just because I know I'm an Israelite doesn't mean I hate another race of people. They think our people are so dumb that we're willing to just accept that. Oh, those are the people that hate white people. They think you're dumb. They don't even want you looking into the richness of this truth that can benefit your lives. What's the next call?
216 area code, you're live.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
That's very good. Before I start, I wanted to say that I want to present something to you in a very succinct fashion in the few minutes that you allow. I would appreciate that. First off, my name is Keisha, and I'm getting over being hoarse, so I hope you can hear me. I wanted to firstly say I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate you, Elder Ricard, for every single ounce of determination and strength that you put into every lesson that you put out here into the world. This cannot be easy for you. I only know this to be true because when I try to speak to family members, friends, coworkers, so on and so forth about the truth, it is very frustrating, to say the least. And you do this day in and day out. I can do nothing but say that I have the utmost respect for you and applaud you for that. In addition to that, I want to say thank you for being consistent always.
Praise the Most
When
High.
you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about anything else. You are incredibly consistent because you tell the truth. And that, I want to say that myself and my fiance, whom I am wishing to say something to, I know he's listening very quickly. I'm on vacation. I'm in New Orleans, and he's in Ohio. And I know he's listening right now, but I will say that when we stumbled, he stumbled actually, on your videos when you were still on the street corners, preaching and teaching, is the way I put it. He saw, and it kind of took root in him, and he didn't really dig into it at that point. Then he went back, and as he went back, he began to learn more. As he learned more, he did more, and by doing more, I want to simply say that he invited me into what he was learning. For that, I am forever appreciative to him for this, because otherwise I would not ever find what I was looking for. I've been looking like he had been looking. We searching all over the place for what made sense. A lot of people out here back in the 90s and so on and so forth, you know, they were about being, you know, this. Okay, well, we're from Africa. Okay, well, we're Moors. Okay, well, we're, you know, all these other things. And it just didn't quite add up. It didn't make sense. So he was on his journey out in the world searching, and I was on mine. We just happened to link up, and he found you.
Praise the
And
Most
when he
High.
found you, he brought you to me. And I want to say thank you to Timothy for that. I want
Praise
to say
the Most
thank
High.
you again to you for that. Because to this day, we are still listening. We are still tuning in. We are still at it every single day. We have 13 children between the both of us. They are all grown now, and we're grandparents. So there's that. But we are, you know, we have introduced them to the truth, and you know they're in their 20s, you know. So some caught on really quickly and they ran with it. My stepson called in to your show a couple months back. You spoke to him, and he was giving his testimony to attest to what I'm telling you now.
Well, thank you, sister.
I figured you're welcome.
I got to go
wanted
to the next
let
call.
you know.
If you can, I do appreciate it. All praise
I
to the
will wrap
Most
it
High.
up. Yep, nope, I will wrap it up. I will
Yeah.
wrap it up. I just sincerely wanted to say thank you for being here and staying here, because without you, we would have still been lost. I appreciate you waking us, giving us the chance to be able to be woke up. That said, there was a brother that came on right before me with the same area code, 216. He said he was interested in sponsoring someone. I wanted to know if any of his interest would be rolling our way. We've only been in the academy once because that's the only time we can afford it. But to see if that was of any interest to him. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll make sure you put
and
down
that's really all I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, thank you, sister. I appreciate you, and I'll put down your number, and we'll call you back. All right?
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the whole body.
I appreciate it. See,
absolutely.
Thank you, sister. And see, this is the positivity that I'm talking about. And the frustrating thing about the brother I had on before her, because I really wanted to understand what his concerns were, and I would have addressed them. See, but if you just don't like a person, okay, for whatever reason, and usually you know what it is that usually has people who won't actually say exactly what's going on while they try to berate or attack or try to come against the person. It's something that I said resonated because it was true. And it hit him someplace that if he told the truth about it, it will reveal what the true issues are. And that's why I said don't be speaking in generalizations, because you don't get triggered like that unless I said something in particular that rang true with you. See, but when people don't want to tell the truth and are disingenuous, they'll talk about other people and what groups other people. I'm not with no group. I just don't like you. No, you don't like something I said because you know it's true. And when you come to the realization of that, you realize I'm not your enemy, because I didn't know you existed while I was talking. Okay. What I speak what I know, or I speak prophecy according to God's word. If you know someone who made the wrong decision, or you made the wrong decision yourself, that's what you have to live with. I'm just a messenger. Have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth? So I'm going to show you how it works, folks. When people, even though that person know what triggered him, but he wasn't going to say it, that's when you know people aren't being genuine. They just want to attack you because they don't like what you said, not realizing, hey, I'm not triggering your hitting buttons. The Most High wants you to look at yourself. You can argue at me all day. And I could care less if you're not with a group. And with your attitude and all that, hey, you probably couldn't survive around anybody with order anyway. What's the next call?
The 803 area code, you're live.
Hi, Eric Carr. This is Hakeem.
Bless you.
I hear your topic is yeah, it's getting very, very bad everywhere. It's just bad world, and I just want to bring out like I know you don't know when, we don't know when, we don't know the times of times, but the Most High would give you signs. I wanted to know that I know you probably.
Hey brother, hey Hakeem, Hakeem, you got to get right to it, brother. I got a lot of calls. What's the question now? Now I hate to be impatient, but it's 10:40. It's 10:40 now. Come on, man.
I apologize. I just wanted to say that about World War III, man. I know you don't know when, but if you have any time, like, could you make a video about Leviathan and the Behemoth and Iran striking America?
Okay,
that's all
yeah.
I want to know, man.
Yeah, I can do a lesson on that. I can do that.
But I'm hoping to meet you, man, one day, man. And
okay.
I'm still have patience, man. But please,
Well,
just
Hakeem,
pray for me, man.
You're in my prayers, but what you have to do is get with the chapter in your area. We got brothers there, fellowship with the body. I'm going to take down your number, and me and you're going to meet, but you must fellowship with the body who can encourage you on a daily basis. Okay? You have to link in with the body.
Tried, though.
Well, listen.
I've tried, though. They don't want to. When I had got into a bad car crash 2 months ago, I was on my way to their church in Irmo, and then Deacon it's Elder
Okay,
Massar.
well, don't worry about it. Listen, brother, listen, this is what we do. We're going to take down your number and call you offline. Link in with the body there, okay?
I apologize.
Okay?
I apologize. Sorry.
All right, thank you, brother.
Sorry.
Link in with the body there. We're going to call you so you can link in with the body. All right? And I'm glad you're doing well. What's the next call? Make sure you give his number to Elder Lawyer so that somebody can go get Brother Hakeem for the gathering, okay?
Got it.
All right, great. What's the next call? And before we go to the next call, I wanted to show something right here. Before we go to the next call, 1 second here. I wanted to show this. There was a project, and the project was by John B. Calhoun, this devil you see right here to your right. Okay? And he came up with a project that would eventually become the black community. And it was a study on rats. Okay? And let me give you the details, if we may, on this particular study. The mouse experiments. In the early 1960s, National Institute of Mental Health acquired property in a rural area outside of Poolesville, Maryland. The facility was built on this property, housed several research projects, including those headed by Calhoun. It was here that his most famous experiment, the mouse universe, was created. In July 1968, 4 pairs of mice were introduced into the habitat. Now, this is what I want y'all to check out in particular when it comes to this particular study. It says here, he crammed rats into this living quarters where they could hardly operate freely like they would out in the wild, to see what will be the psychological impact on them long term before they begin to put us in projects and all that, or in condensed areas. They were studying this. Initially, the population rapidly doubling every 55 days. The population reached 620 by day 315. After the population growth dropped markedly, doubling every 144 days. So they charted the increase due to these particular mice multiplying. There's one thing I wanted to show y'all on the male and female, the behavior of these mice. Y'all need to look into this project. I'm going to do a lesson on this altogether, but really it showed that certain mice would just sit like female and just deal with the care on their outside while they ate all day and just had sex. But they had the lowest IQ. Their IQ was lowered because the only usefulness they thought that they would be good for is sex. Okay. So when it came to different integral parts of improving the IQ, they put more on their outward than they did in building themselves mentally. So I wanted to also put that out there. And I'm going to do a whole thing on that, because here's the phenomenon we're fighting against in our communities today. It's the same experiment. All right, let's get the next call real quick.
.404, you're live.
Hey, others, how y'all doing?
Bless you. Talk to us.
Good. I'm calling to talk about what they're turning us into.
Yes.
And I'm going to give the answer, but I also want to give a testimony. Hopefully, it would let the listeners know to stay away from this medical procedure.
Okay.
So what they're turning us into is zombies and death. And I want to talk about a quick testimony. My barber of 20 years, he just passed away. He took the medical procedure. He had lupus. And I told him if he have lupus, he do not need to take the medical procedure. He also have medical doctors that are his clients. His wife works for a medical doctor. They said, hey, we've been getting medical procedures all our lives, and it's just another medical procedure that we have to take. I told him this is a different medical procedure. This one here is a game changer. He took the medical procedure the next day after I told him not to take it. He was in the hospital for 3.5 months. They released him to come home 2 weeks ago, and he passed on last week. They are having his funeral this coming Saturday. Elder, I'm not a fan of the funerals, and it's amazing as you were speaking earlier tonight. I heard in my spirit, "Let the dead bury the dead," and I'm from that. I don't think I'm actually. He was like a brother, man. I really loved him. Like I said, he was my barber for 20 years.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear this, brother. I'm sorry.
And to go back to your question, the wife, posted a picture of him on Facebook 3 days before he passed, which I don't quite get, but that's another subject. But when I tell you he looks like a zombie, there is no soul in his eyes. It's it makes me wonder if something was done even in the hospital, because he was there again about 3.5 months, and it just makes me wonder if they're even doing something to these people even in the hospital. But I just want to give that personal testimony, and hopefully that will encourage the listeners, stay away from this medical procedure. It's turning us into zombies and eventually death. And that's all I got to say on that. I'm in my third Hebrew and Bible Academy. Man, y'all, the past 2 weeks have been the best classes ever. That to me, they're just awesome. The Christianity, the Muslim, pretty much, they're the same religion. And man, it's just awesome. You know what? With the funeral being Saturday, you know what? I'm like, I would rather stay home for the Sabbath class on Saturday. I'm just being honest with you, and let the dead bury the dead. So I'm a yield on that.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, and you have my condolences, and may the Most High accept the brother in the habitations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, let's get to the next call. I'm going to tell you this right now. There's nothing worse than having people around you when it comes to life-changing decisions who don't know any better making decisions for you. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. I've seen some people, man, they don't know anything about anything, pushing this thing. It's like, next call. May the Most High rest his soul. What's the next call?
816, you're live. 816. Okay. 510, you're live.
Shalom.
510.
Shalom. Shalom.
No, Elder, you dropped nuclear, atomic, bunker busters, Scud missiles in the academy the other day. I just want to tell you.
All praises be to the Most High.
Yeah, this witchcraft thing. What made me think about the 7 times around. It made me think about Joshua and Caleb bringing down Jericho. What do you think about that? It's a power. It must be a power above just simply opening up portals.
You have a lot of noise in the background. You have a lot of noise.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm saying that made me think about Joshua and Caleb.
Oh yeah,
bringing down Jericho, going around seven times.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
But I'm willing to sponsor Akeem in the academy and the other brother. If you can get in contact with him, but I'll send an email.
Okay. Well, do me a favor. Give him your number real quick. Give him the number. Write down his number so I can call him tomorrow, okay? Ramar, I really appreciate it, brother. You're on the road, so right now it's kind of bad. But I'll contact you, and we'll talk about you sponsoring.
Yeah, I am.
Right? All right? What, you a truck? What, you a truck driver?
No, I'm in my Suburban, actually. I'm out here Ubering right now.
Okay.
I'm in the Bay. Elder Ramar is the one that picked this auction car. I picked you up in the Bay, and we went and had chicken and waffles that time. my brother.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Shakar.
Brett? Shakar. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been in 20 straight academies. Yeah.
Oh,
I've been in
man.
20 straight academies. So
20 straight.
I'm loving it.
Hey, you didn't think we were going to handle that Muslim thing from a portal standpoint, huh? What they really doing over there in Mecca?
Up late. Right. I was up late, so I woke up like just in time when you were going in the book, when you were reading whatever book you was reading, talking about the witchcraft.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Let
me tell you, that's they're dealing with high witchcraft in Mecca. But I'm glad you're there, and keep on studying, brother, because of course you'll be doing the work with us. I can take one more call after this. Thank you for calling. Be careful on that road, and I'll see you in the academy. All right, brother?
Yes, sir. All right. Shalom.
Shalom. What else? One more call.
503, you're live.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Good evening. I'll hurry up because I know it's very late on the East Coast. I live near Sandy, Oregon. You don't see in fact, I don't see black people very much at all. I am a black person. Very happy to have become an Israelite. Just want to thank you, Elder Ricard and Elder Lawyer. I am also in the academy, and your work is phenomenal. I'm just finding out so many wonderful things, even though I don't know of another body of people here that are Israelites, but it's just absolutely, I've just never seen so many wonderful black people that are just absolutely incredible when it comes to the Word of God. And, even though my daughter and she lives in Washington, and we do have Sabbath sometime together, but I just want to call and say thank you very much.
Well, thank you for all your support, sister.
For giving me places.
And let me ask you, what's going on? Are you being pressured to take the juice right now? What's going on?
Oh, absolutely. But I know better than that. My family, some of them probably have taken it, but I would never do that. My daughter would never do that. My granddaughter would never do that. And so we're good on that. I think that my daughter is, I hate to say this, but we're in the middle house still. and she's probably going to be told to take it after a while, but she won't. She will not do that because we are following GOCC, and we're just enjoying it so much. And we appreciate it,
Well,
and I just praise the Most High.
Well, sister, above following the GOCC, you need to get into this word and follow the word of the Almighty and make the right decision, right? Because
that's what I've been doing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because I'm saying that because some people would hear that out there and would say, well, okay, when you make a statement like that, and I know you don't mean it that way, it can appear that, okay, she's making a decision because this man is saying something, right? But let me read something real quick. It speaks. It says here in 1 Timothy 6:20, it says, O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust. Now we know that's the word. That's Christ. That's trusting in Christ. Avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called. So Satan set up science to oppose the Almighty. So when they talk about what's the science, it's not God's science. Okay, so I'm putting it out there according to the word of God, so that no one have to hear you repeat, okay, I follow GOCC and this is why I'm making my decision. No, you're making your decision because it tells us in the Bible we're to follow him over man's science. Got it?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy you said that, Elder, because actually since 2010, I was praying to the Most High to, lead me to a place where I could understand, because, once studying the Bible, and I also grew up as a Christian woman, but a Christian person in our family, but when you're studying the Bible and not understanding it and trying to see where God wanted me to be, I prayed for God to show me a place. I prayed for many years for God to lead me in the right direction, because I didn't even know that I was I didn't know I was a Hebrew Israelite woman until about 5 years ago.
Okay.
So that's why I'm so elated.
Oh, praise the Most High. And we welcome you to the body, and watch out for your daughter, and keep in mind the Most High will protect you. Okay. Do you have men? Do you have men in your circle there that can you're going to need some men around that's going to be able to help you out as far as in the times to come?
There aren't any Hebrew men, and I that's the only thing that we don't have that here. We don't have that in the Great Northwest. My son, my nephew, my niece's husband, he's an Israelite, but he's kind of like doesn't know as much as my niece does. But I'm just going to keep praying for the Most High. He'll bring somebody in our area, or whatever the case may be. I don't know if there's anybody in Seattle, although Seattle is 180 miles north of where we are. Yeah. But
okay. Well, this is what
right now I don't know anyone.
Well, this is what we'll do. We'll make sure we take down your number. We do have some people in that area that Yirach is over. Actually, he's over that area. And he'll reach out, Elder Yirach, we reach out and see what we can do about getting you linked in with the body there.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And love to all the Israelite families. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you and welcome to the body. Shalom.
Shalom.
Okay.
What was your name, sister, real quick?
My name is Sister Shirley Ann, SHI. Okay, gotcha. Okay, and my number's 503.
I got your number. I got it.
Yeah, that's right. I called in. I'm so silly.
All right. So that concludes our lesson. I hope you've all been edified. Please support the church going forward. We have a new academy coming in to play where we're dropping top knowledge with all the books that's behind this particular banner. We hope you can enjoy us. Like many have witnessed and tell you, there's nothing like the information that we go into. Again, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. Stay in this truth and understand you've been born in a war. And we are living right now in the zombie apocalypse. Those that have taken the stuff will be used as Nephilim seed against the righteous. It was their choice, not ours. It's up to us to stand with the Most High and defend ourselves from these confused choices. Thanks. I'll see you this Sabbath. May the Most High stay with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. And of course, I'm going to end this with, you got it, Jacob crying. Elder Lawyer, I'll call you tomorrow. Bless you, my brother.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Bless you, and thanks for your help. Thank you, Elder Iraq. Thank you, Elder Dell, Elder Ramar, Elder Gabar. I know you out there, all of you, all the elders, deacons holding it down, and all the sisters who support the work. We thank you all for your support. Hey, strap in because it's going to be a deep ride, I'll tell you. So we're going to end this with, you got it, Jacob crying.
I hear Jacob crying.
Yes.
Why here I can hear him crying. When you gonna rise, call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise, let's hear your roar. When you gonna rise, Jacob? Hear you calling. Hear you cries, Jacob. I feel Jacob rising. Can you see? I can see him rising. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise to be restored.
Be restored.
Troubles are brewing, Jacob. You need to stop what you're doing. Oh, Jacob. You know the promise is waiting. Oh, Jacob. You need to call on the Lord. So I can hear your Jacob crying. I can hear you crying. I can hear him crying. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob rise, and you will be restored. Oh yeah. Troubles are brewing. No, Jacob.
Stop what you're doing.
Just stop what you're doing. Stop it, Jacob. Because the promise is waiting. No, Jacob. So call on the Lord, and He will hear your voice. Oh, Jacob, let us hear it. Oh no, let's hear that roar. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Ooh, Jacob, come and call on the Lord.
Bless you.
I hear Jacob.
Bless you. You all have a good night. May the Most High be with you. Shalom.